Right then, boys and girls. Right then. Is it time? I think it might be. It's reset day. Time to do some fun stuff. How we all doing? Good morning, welcome. I have my coffee on the go. I hope you guys are all doing well. There's a massive, great big smudge on my glasses. Some bean water? Exactly, some bean water. Definitely not cat poo coffee or any of the other craziness, but some good old traditional coffee. New 6-month malt and a pet. Yeah, I mean, January every year we get one, right? Pretty much. We'll have a little bit of a look at that in a minute. Let's log in. You know, there's a part of me, right, that feels that at some point I should just buy the 6-month sub with my credit card and then just continue to keep it rolling with gold, so then I get all the pets. But it means I have to give Blizzard 6 months worth of money, which is I kind of don't want to. Some cockroach parts steeped in boiling water? That's not the way. No. Somebody also told me, a little birdie told me that Craft Sims had some updates. Reworked the optional item selectors in simulation mode, okay. Fixed a rounding error. Added only favourite options to the recipe scan. Clever. Added a minimap icon that opens the add-on options, plus an option to hide it. Craft queue module now uses default Blizzard tabs to navigate between... Okay. These are lots of little things that... Oh, hang on. What's this overhaul? We like the word overhaul. Overhaul optimization of reagents. Any toggle between guaranteed and inspiration optimized is now gone. Craft Sim will automatically optimize for both and choose the one reaching the higher quality. That's so clever. I have absolutely no idea what it means this early in the morning. I say this early in the morning. It's it's technically 11 o'clock in the morning. You know, gamer hours. In the US, the FDA says around 4 to 6% of coffee can be bug parts. Tasty. Was looking around online to see what needed to be done before 10.3.5. Google said nothing. 10.2.5, I guess, is what you actually mean. But yeah, I see what you alluding to. I'm so far behind. With this. We're going to have to dedicate a day to playing just catch up with what's coming in the new patch. There are a few snippets, but there is nothing that's jumped out at me as like incredibly Goblin-esque that we need to pay attention to. So we will see. It's been so quiet for Goblin. Like, if you are the kind of person that likes to play with the professions and do Goblinry stuff, the front of the expansion was like Christmas 3 times over. After the first 3 months, though, it all went very quiet very quickly. You could argue at this point that Naxxramas revamp was the last real thing that we had to like pay any attention to. I don't know if it's just because I, you know, spend so much time doing this and thinking about this that it seems like that was a long time ago in relative terms to like past expansions, but there was the last couple of expansions at least, Shadowlands, BFA, there's always kind of been something on the go. I still feel like Goblins have had nothing for quite a while now. Had a 2-year inspection of the apartment. They said some corner cracks would be fixed around February or March. Today a painter woke me up. Okay. TSM's forgot all the vendor prices again. TSM does that. This is why I manually override TSM vendor materials that I care about. Because, Yeah, TSM will do that. Things like penumbra thread, it seems to think is 5 gold a piece all the time. I don't know why. I can't remember how you change it nowadays. Yeah, there's definitely some things you probably want to override within TSM. If you go... Flipping out, where is it? Materials. Can you... I don't know. Penumbra thread. Yeah, penumbra thread it seems to think is 5 gold again. Which it clearly isn't. So yeah, there are a few things where you do want to kind of go in there and override it, give it an actual solid, just flat gold number. Otherwise it does do this for some reason. Having Gobbo sitting in the Inari Springs just buys vendor mats, puts them on the auction house. Kind of need those vendor mats, vendor prices to work. Oh, I see. Yeah, you can go in and you can manually override them. I don't think on this current pro... Why have I got nearly 10,000 nylon threads? That's worrying. Why have I got nearly 10,000... okay. Don't know why. Oh my god, that must be left over from bag crafting or something in BFA. Jesus. Yeah, you do want to go in and you want to override manually some of these items. There's obviously a couple of key ones that you probably want to do. Just set them to just straight gold values, and then you're done. Was that my coffee? Let's go get my coffee. I'll grab my coffee and then I'll say hellos. Say hi in chat, boys and girls, and we'll say some hellos. And let the squirrels begin. And let the squirrels begin. Hey, Team Finland representing this morning. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, good morning. Derp, Lady Daisy, how we doing? Chalida, Jency, welcome, welcome. Good morning to you all. Tammy Trader, of course, in dreams. Loads of people here this morning. I was doing some... I was working on Alchemy again a little bit last night. We were playing around with Alchemy most of the stream yesterday. And I've been putting together something. I haven't quite decided if this is its final form. But I've been putting together something. A something. Something that I think is kind of useful. And Mantheus-ified, if that's a word, it is now. But I put Alchemy in here, and we got some Alchemy basics and stuff on the go here. The leveling guide. I thought putting this in a document rather than in the spreadsheet makes a little bit more sense. We can obviously link them all together. But putting it here makes a little bit more sense on the basis that you can throw in some pictures and stuff and it makes it neat and tidy, required materials. I can beautify it a little bit. But some screenshots tell people what to do, where to go, how to make your class trials, that sort of thing. I want this to be sort of like a one-stop solution for anybody that wants to do alchemy. And obviously we can replicate that for the other professions. I'm just trying to figure out the format. And I think a document works better, you know, waypoints and stuff to all of the treasures, all in one spot. So if you want to pick up a profession, you can start with this and you can just work your way through it. And then you know that you'll have kind of done everything, even, you know, summaries about what you should be doing, where you get your knowledge points from, all of this sort of stuff. I know, I probably should have done this months ago, but there are still many people that either are halfway through or are rethinking about picking up professions, or all I know categorically is that towards the end of an expansion, there's actually a massive surge in people that try and play with professions, because people have professions like quite low on their priority lists a lot of time. you know, they want to do the raid, they want to do their Mythic Plus, they want to get geared up, they want to get ahead of the curve, they want to do, you know, they get their achievements, get their mounts, that sort of thing. But towards the end of the expansion is where a lot of people are like, oh, well, let's make sure we've got all our professions and stuff in order. And so there's actually an uptick in people that pay attention to this sort of stuff. And I know there's resources out there, and I know I've put stuff out there, and I know Wowhead has a whole bunch of stuff, but what I've never really seen is just a solid 1 to 100, like, completion, almost a cheat guide for the profession. So that's kind of what I want to work towards. I haven't quite decided. This isn't public yet. If it ends up public in this form, we'll just, I've got to figure this out. But I was working on this a little bit last night, and we might continue with this a little bit more. Maybe take another profession, for example, and see where we go. Semi-confident has a lot to do with people trying to get some gold as well for the upcoming expansion. Well, that's always you know, a big part of their you know, incentive to do it, right? So if you, what's the token at right now? 325,000 gold, and that converts into, for Team EU at least, 13 euros. So how many? 13, 26. You probably need 4 tokens to buy the expansion, right? Yeah, probably 4 tokens to buy the expansion. So you need 1.5 million, probably 2 million gold. Not to mention that silly gold scarab thing as well. Yeah, that's a good point. That's 1.2 million gold that people might want to make very quickly. Any thoughts on the scammy behaviour brought with the crafting orders not needing all the mats? I know there's an add-on to block the people not bothering to provide mats, but surely this can't be healthy for the long term of the market. So many thoughts. So many thoughts. Irrespective of my thoughts, I think the system needs simplifying. Is the fact that it's so open right now. Oh, you can provide materials. You can provide all the materials. You can provide some of the materials. You can provide none of the materials. It's too open. Too many possible variations, and it's too open. Blizzard need to tighten the restrictions a little bit. That level of openness is fine for personal orders. For personal orders where you have found a crafter, or it's your alt, or it's a guild mate, and an agreement is put in place and you already know who you're dealing with, right? It's fine to have that level of openness and customization on personal orders. Public orders, you got to lock it down. You got to make it simple. You got to make it straightforward. In my opinion, they were closer to the correct answer right at the beginning of the expansion. They were closer with the right answer of you must provide everything. Now, that still had its massive drawbacks of that if you provide everything in a public order, there's no reason for a crafter not to fill that order. So they lasted about half a second. So they were closer with that plan. So my suggestion, and one suggestion that's kind of a bit of a hot take apparently, although I didn't realise it would be so much, is to have no materials provided on public orders, just gold. Just pay your way, right? Say that you want this thing. We'll make an exception for providing the spark because that's just how that system works. That's too much like hard work to change. You have to provide your spark on a public order. If there's no bind-on pickup materials, you don't have to provide them. But fundamentally, on a public order, you don't provide any materials. So then the only variable at play is the amount of gold you offer. And that will mean crafters, it's quicker and easier for the crafters to come along and say, oh, there is a bunch of orders, but my crafting cost is higher than what these orders are offering, so I'm just going to leave them. Simple. And the people who's placed those orders will quite quickly get an understanding of, okay, well, I didn't offer enough. I'm going to have to offer more if I actually want this thing. And it means that the price, the outstanding orders will get very close to the actual crafting price for the average, you know. As soon as it goes up near or above the crafting price, people will start filling it. Ones just below it, you know, they might be a bit sticky. But but it means that anything below, anything at the bottom of the list, all the scam orders, don't get any visibility because they're at the bottom of the list, and they're just easy to ignore then. So I think they should try. In my opinion, there's only 3 ways to do it, and they've tried 2 of them. They've tried provide all of the materials. There was problems with that. They've tried provide some of the materials. There's problems with it as it stands now. So maybe try the 3rd option of provide no materials and just have gold as the variable, or the commission as the variable, and see how that goes. Yeah, that's my take. We are already in the long-term market, at least on my server. People kind of stopped doing that blatantly in bulk, presumably because it got too expensive and time-consuming. On the bigger realms, it's still a problem. I mean, if I go look now at the jewel crafting orders, for example, you can still see there's vast quantities of none orders. That under normal circumstances. Yeah, you provided nothing here. That doesn't even cover the cost of the Dracothist. So I think that you've got to remove reagents as a variable, because having some, having none is just, it allows for bait auctions to exist, and at the same time it makes it more difficult for crafters to sift through the orders. Why are 2 negatives being promoted as a thing? What was that button on the side there? Hang on, what is this? Oh, that's the no materials, no mats add-on, I see. But yeah, there's they got to do something with it, or just put shit on the or just let crafters put shit on the auction house. This is what surprised me about the fact there was so much pushback about my suggestion for providing no materials, because fundamentally providing no materials on a public order is practically how the auction house has existed for the longest of time. Other than, instead of the crafter saying, look, I can craft this, look, I have crafted this, you can buy it for this price, it is the customer saying, I want this and I will pay this much for it. It's basically the same thing. It's wild, right? I disagree with the solution. Most people don't know their crafting cost of things. People will make it look like they're offering a pretty penny when their offer is shit, like that BBF fist. Yeah, but that's your job as a crafter. If people don't know their crafting costs, then they can't expect to make a profit. It's like day 1 business school, If you don't know the price of what it costs you to make something, then how can you ever expect to make profit? You gotta learn to walk before you can run. You can't have all of the luxuries of profit and making gold if you're not even going to do the first thing, which is know what it costs to craft the thing, right? That's I don't consider that. I don't consider that an excuse for not making the system, because if you're a crafter, do crafter things. It's like saying, oh, well, I want to roll into a mythic, I want to roll into mythic raiding and get gear, but I don't know the mechanics. Oh, well, because you don't know the mechanics, then it's fine. No, you need to know the mechanics to be able to kill the big bad boss. You do your job. That's the way I look at it, honestly. Is like, if you're so snowflake and so soft and you're crafting and you're expecting to make profit, and the least you can do is figure out how much it costs you to make things. How have people survived for so long crafting things if they don't know what the things cost? Because then how have they sold them on the auction house? It's just, I don't think it's valid. And I don't care if those people don't see success because they're not trying. Quite genuinely. It's, you know, I'm not very good at eloquently putting this so it doesn't sound harsh, but the point is if you don't know your crafting costs with a profession, that's your problem. That's not anybody else's problem. That is probably one of the reasons you're not going to make gold with a profession, if you don't even know your own crafting costs for things. And not to mention, I don't like promoting this, but it's so simple and so easy to have an add-on that tells you what those crafting costs are. These add-ons have been around for the longest of time. You know, TSM, Auctionator, there's loads, Craft Sim, there's loads of it. There's loads of it. You cannot pander to the lowest common denominator for everything. You genuinely cannot. Craft order was a good idea since the possible gear combinations exploded. Implementation, though, leaves a bit to be desired. All of this problem would go away, though, if they didn't make everything bind on pickup, right? This is only a problem because everything's bind on pickup, and your only option is to use the system. That's the only reason the problem truly exists. If the crafting order system was renamed and reconsidered to be a custom order system, so in the scenario where there isn't the thing you actually want on the auction house, you can put in a request for a crafter to make it, and you have a UI and interface that allows you to specify exactly how you want it. They went off, that's all it needs. That's all it needs. Okay, this item doesn't exist. I can't buy this item normally. Can somebody make this item for me? And I want this item, and I want it with these stats, and I want it at this quality. Yeah, that's all it needs to be. It's a custom order form. And then that order form goes out and all the crafters look at it and the crafters are like, yeah, I can make that one. Well, you're only offering 3,000 gold to make it. It's going to cost 10,000 gold to make it. So unfortunately not. You know, there's the scenario in theory, if they were closer to the mark, right? So let's go back and look at this jewel crafting one for a minute. If you look at this jewel crafting one, we saw that order a second ago, which is probably gone now. No, here we go. The BBF fist, right? Somebody's put 2,500 gold in here. Unfortunately, this is too much of a lowball auction that I still know that they're just trying to get something for cheap, right? But because I know that this is actually realistically going to cost more like 6,000 gold to make. Not only that, because it requires an earth and soul, which is a little bit annoying to get in the first place, that I would probably not want to craft this for much less than like 7,000 or 8,000 gold. If somebody had come along and they'd offered 6,000 gold, I'd probably whisper them and say, look, send me a personal order for 8 and I'll do it for you. You know, your offer was close enough that there's room. It's worth me saying, look, give me 2k more and I'll do it. But unfortunately, your offer at the moment, for me personally, is too low. But because they put 2,500, it's still too much of a lowball auction. It's not even worth me trying to whisper them and say, hey, look, well, it takes an earthen soul. You know, give me the Dracothist and I'll do the earthen soul. And, you know, you could start to strike up a deal if needs be, but it's just slightly too low for me to bother. But let's not forget that if I strolled along now, if I strolled along and I was like, if somebody else wanted this same item, if you were to go and try and place an order for one of these now, what it would actually do, in fact, I can show this, BBF Fist. Let's try and do, obviously that order's not going anywhere. The system is already in place. So if we try and place an order for one of these now, look what happens. The default commission it's suggested is equal to the highest current outstanding order by default, right? So if you have a couple of outstanding orders already, what this means is the order value, if there's any outstanding ones at all, is going to slowly push it up and up and up. So somebody else could come along and go, oh, there's already an order in place that hasn't been filled yet. Well, I'll offer 3,000 then. And then that wouldn't get filled. And, you know, it would take less than 24 hours for the market value of the outstanding orders to get relatively close to the crafting prices. So anybody that comes along and does this, if somebody comes along and deliberately tries to lowball, well, if crafters can come along and just instantly ignore it. It doesn't matter. Like the betas, the scam auctions would be significantly less effective than they are now. You know, it wouldn't be annoying that scam auctions are there because you wouldn't care that they're there. The only reason that you care that they're there now is because they're so prominent and they take up 90% of the list. I think there's still so much those people on crafters doing stupid things that are lost, and in that case, it's not only their problem, but also for others, if it keeps the offers too low in the system overall. Casual scrubs like me don't even know all of the items they might want because those items aren't in the auction house. There's also what's I would refer to, I don't know if this is the correct terminology, but searchability for items. If you are not, now I know the prominent way to play the game nowadays, and it has been for a long time, is just to follow a guide, right? But let's say I stroll along and I'm on my character, my lowbie level 450 BM hunter here, and let's say I'm looking for some upgrades, and I want to see if there's any upgrades available for me. I don't know every item in the game. To expect somebody to know every item in the game is kind of dumb, right? So one of the very logical things for people to do is go to the auction house and look at what's for sale, right? You go to the auction house, and I'd go to armor, and I'd go to mail, and I'd have a look, and I'd see what's for sale. And the auction house already gives you the options to say, right, well, upgrades only, right? Oh, there's some items for sale. These are items I might be interested in. This is searchability. This is a player getting the information they need to make to eventually, hopefully, maybe make a buying decision, right? Oh, well, these are items I could purchase that would give me an upgrade over what I've got. I've got 441 feet at the moment. These are 457. Searchability. And if I decide that I wanted to buy something like this because I didn't know this item existed previously. I didn't know it existed until the auction house told me that it existed because somebody had it listed for sale, right? I could look at this and I could go, oh, well, this has got critical strike and mastery on it. Well, there isn't one with versatility on it. Maybe I can put in an order for one that has versatility on it. And then I could use the custom order form to ask for one with versatility on it. And I'd also then have a reference on how much that item is worth, right? Because I'd seen it first in the auction house. This is why I think having base versions of the item on the auction house that crafters can make and crafters can list and crafters can sell shows people that these items even exist.
You have a bright future.
Of course, I did preface this by saying that is assuming you're not following a guide, right? But also, if you go to Wowhead and you go to a gearing guide, it will tell you your best in slot. It will tell you the best thing. It might not tell you what else in that item slot is reasonable or good. It might not give you, it might not give you an upgrade path to that. The crafting order system making every single piece of crafted gear bind on pickup predominantly means that you only know about it if you know about it. And you are only going to find out that that exists from either word of mouth or from following a guide. Because you can't so easily go to the crafting orders thing and do the same. You can do this, but this is still not super intuitive because you don't know how much these costs. There's not enough information here to make it, you don't know, okay, well, could be 382 and it could be 486. Well, how do I know then if it's an upgrade? All right, well, maybe I want one of these and I want one at 486. Why can't I select one at 486? You know, it's the intuitiveness of it is terrible.
A satisfactory arrangement.
And the only reason, in my opinion, everything is bind on
sweet,
pickup
sweet profit
is because they want everybody to have to use this system, even though it's not essential that everybody should use this system. Many players for many years were more than happy that you could just go to the auction house and buy a thing. Rarely have people complained about the availability aspect of the auction house, right? Some people complain that the things in the auction house are sometimes too expensive. And I put expensive in quotation marks there because expensive is subjective, right? It may be expensive to them. Obviously, you know, it's not expensive if you have lots of gold, you know. But, like, nobody complained about the availability aspect of the auction house. Everybody loves the fact that they can go to the auction house and buy potions whenever they want. Imagine they made all potions, all flasks. Imagine they went the other end of the scale, right? Imagine they made everything bind on pickup and you had to order everything through work orders. The availability aspect would then be the biggest problem, right? Oh, I just want something and I just want to get it and I want to use the currency that I've already acquired to get the thing. That's why the auction house is so great and why it works. It's just a system that works. Like, we didn't need to replace the system that works with a system that works less well than the system we already had. And breathe. Love Within wants to sell it on the auction house. Now you're cutting into his profit. Well, exactly. You kind of know what's going on with that. Like, a savvy crafter, like myself, knows what's going on with that. I once looked up the name. There's those across many servers. I think anything under level 60 shouldn't be able to use the crafting table. I don't think, yeah, I just think they need to. It's the same, for me it feels the same as what we've had with Island Expeditions and what we had with Torghast and stuff. When they implement a new system, Blizzard feels the need to forcibly make sure everybody integrates and uses that system, whether it is actually the best thing to do or not, right? People felt obliged and people felt that it was actually mandatory to run Island Expeditions because it was the most optimal way to level up their neck back in the day. People felt forced into Torghast because if they wanted to keep their legendary up to speed, they had to go in there and get some dust every week. Soon as you force people into utilizing a new system that they add, it's very, very easy for resentment to fall in of that system, regardless of, you know, it's no longer an objective opinion at that point because you're fueled by emotion. You resent having to do this thing or you resent having to use that system. So it doesn't matter if the system's any good and it doesn't matter if the system's fun because you resent being forced to do it. They've done the same with the work order system, in my opinion. If you want your best in slot crafted gear and you want your best in slot embellishments on your gear, you have to use the work order system. They forced people to use it, and so hence a lot of people dislike it because they're forced to use it. Anyway, you know what did surprise me actually? I genuinely saw some jewel crafting orders back then. For all of you that proclaim that there's never any orders, I did actually genuinely see some come through. Skillful and limited diamonds, 100 gold, all the materials. 100 gold is if I proc an awakened order off it though, it's probably worth. Resourcefulness. Why not? Reagent saved, a limited diamond, and the Neltherite. Q3 diamonds are up to 700 gold again? Sheesh. What's going on? Why are Q3 diamonds up like 50%? Damn, son. I want to proc the Awakened Order, though. No. Whoa, why is the list so big all of a sudden? Too many people are off playing flipping Season of Discovery, that's what it is. Yeah, so I mean, you know, it's clear, right? It's clear that one sort of individual is not actually out there to get items. He's just out there to get shit for cheap, so then he can go and sell it on the auction house instead. And unfortunately, the reason that it happens is because, you know, because they're allowed to, right? That's the problem. That's the problem. They're allowed to do this. But if every single person that actually wanted a Shadow Flame Tempered Armor Pack, well, these don't belong. This is also another thing that I want to stress very highly. There is a vast amount of shit that does not belong on the crafting order system. Shit like this doesn't belong here. Why are Shadow Flame Tempered Armor Patches on the crafting order system? Why can you even place an order for one of these? That makes no sense whatsoever. It's bind on equip. It's bind on equip. There is 0 level of customization. And they're sold on the region-wide auction house anyway. Why is it even possible to put an order for something like this in? That makes no sense whatsoever. Get rid of them. Get rid of them. There's absolutely 0 reason why you should ever need to place an order for a bind on equip region-wide commodity item. So dumb. They were only added once again for one reason, to put stuff on this list so it looks like the system works. Oh dear, how did I get onto flip? Who mentioned work orders? Dear God. Dear God. I did a work order for some random dude for a jewel crafting diamond. He paid 100 gold. It didn't proc inspiration. I got a whisper from a dude who was then very upset about that. I don't care. Like, if you're only willing to provide 100 gold tip, that's not worth me going out of my way to... I mean, diamonds are another issue entirely. Diamonds are another issue entirely. And once again, I don't think that a diamond is something that should be a work order thing. I told him stop being so cheap. I don't think there should ever be public orders for diamonds. I think that's the most stupid thing. If you are going to have a public order for a diamond, then crafters should be able to guarantee quality 3, like, without needing an inspiration proc. That's just a recipe for disaster from the word go, in my opinion. It's crazy that that's even a thing. Oh, it's Wrath of the Lich King week this week. Ah. It's Wrath week. How are we on Wrath reputations? So close. So close, but so far. Oracles are honoured. The Fisher Friends are still only revered. I am absolutely never going to do the dailies for these, am I? Ever. So I don't need much from reputation. Should we go and have a little bit of a look at Wrath? Considering Wrath Classic is a thing at the moment, some people are off playing Wrath Classic. The Ruby Sanctum opens again, doesn't it? Maybe we should just make a video on the Ruby Sanctum, just because it's, you know, hot topic. Blizzard using RNG in crafting's crazy to me. Why have somebody get 4 nuggets when one guy gets 20? I mean, yeah, there are places for RNG. You know, it should be a crafter problem. It shouldn't be a buyer problem, you know. That's why I don't think the diamonds are really that fair. The fact that you can put a public order in, you can't specify the quality. Any public order for a diamond is a bad idea. Anybody placing a public order for a diamond, it is a bad idea. Because you're offering the same materials without any guarantee that what you get is actually what you want. Any public order for a diamond is a bad idea. And it always has been the entire expansion, which is Blizzard's fault because they made it a thing. Sanctum's a great place to farm Borean leather. Yeah, you spot the YouTube videos every once in a while, don't you? Every once in a while, a YouTuber will love to tell you that the price of Borean leather... Is it Borean leather? Every once in a while, a YouTuber will come along and tell you that farming Borean leather in the Sanctum is 20 billion jillion gold per hour. But you're not wrong. It is a good place to get it. It is a very good place to get it. Still sells 10,000 Borean leather a day, apparently, according to TSM, region average daily sold.
Now, back to my garden.
Let's go investigate Northrend, you know. I'm intrigued by what's going on in Northrend. That's a good point. Do we need anything profession-wise? Northrend. Boom! Nothing. Maxed leatherworking in Northrend. What about jewel crafting? Oh god, jewel crafting. We still need some. We still need some. Oracle's friendly. Tokens. Okay, quick maths, that's 40 tokens I still need. That's 40 days of dailies. Unless this also...
Let us proceed.
Titanium ore? What's this valued at right now? 78 gold a piece is not too bad. Is it 1 titanium powder equals 1... No, it's 10 titanium powder, isn't it? 10 titanium powder equals 1 token. So I'd need 400 titanium powder. At 300k, Jesus. God Lord. Didn't you already mess up that market once already? Yeah, I did, yeah. Did you know about the damaged necklaces? I do. They're equally difficult to farm for, though. But they do turn in for tokens, yeah. Is there a good farm for damaged necklaces? I remember back in the day you used to get a couple if you're doing the frost weave. Was it called frost weave? What was the cloth called from there? The out in Ice Crown Doodah face. If you were killing the things down here to farm them for cloth, you'd get damaged necklaces somewhat regularly. Is there a hyperspawn or something in Wrath that could get damaged necklaces?
You would ask something of me?
Yeah, there's one. Look. One. One. Each one of these can convert into a token. I was kind of hoping that at some point they would go and do something similar to what they did with the Cataclysm dual crafting tokens, e.g. make them easy to get.
Go and defend that which cannot defend itself.
But yeah, you're right. I did mess up that market once upon a time already. Let's go head over to Northrend. I'm not sure, if I've ever looked at all the things in Northrend particularly. This could get dangerous, couldn't it? This could get very dangerous. Paying any attention whatsoever to all the things is always dangerous. Valdraken, Oribos, Azuna, Zoldazar, Jade Forest, Dalaran, Crystal Song Forest. Is that the right one? Is that the right Dalaran? It annoys me there's multiple Dalarans. I can never remember which one's which. Okay, we're good. Does that also mean there's a quest for like time walking dungeons as well? Should we bang out some of those? $454 piece of gear for doing 5 dungeons? Fair. Smash through a couple of dungeons real quick, I suppose.
Welcome.
Disturbance detected. Ondoir. Relive the expedition in Ondoir. Cache of stuff.
See you soon.
I mean, we could do an Ondoir run. I've got absolutely flipping no idea what the hell I'm doing, by the way, in there. But if somebody's willing to take the lead, we can go do an Ondoir run. That could be funny. There's I can't imagine it's overly complicated. I just want it to be known that since November the 18th, I've sold stuff for close to 40 million. Since November the 8th, that's good going, man. It's good going. That's a lot of moolah. That's how you do it. I always say turnover's king. The more shit you can sell, the more gold you'll make. Because as long as, at that point then, even if, let's look at it this way, even if you only made 10% profit on that, you've still made 4 million gold. That's crazy, right? This is it. You just want to focus on selling turnover, 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 and the gold will come. And I've always tended to find that on average, profits tend to swing closer to 20%. So that's pretty good going. This is why Shadowlands Legendaries was so profitable for so many people. You just focus on selling all day long. Like, honestly, the more you could sell, the more, incremental little bits you make here, there, and everywhere. And there was rarely a risk in not selling stuff. How have I not got you on Battle.net, Jack? Why have I not got you on Battle.net? Or I do. Oh. Right, should we do a group then, boys and girls? Should we go and give Alduar a blast? My profit margins are closer to 30% on average. I mean, that's solid, right? that's solid. That's very good effort for sure. Right, let's get Alduar on the go, boys and girls. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Let's do it. Let's do it, do it, do it. Either give me a whisper. We got a group on the go. Jack, make a group. Put a group together. Well, if we put a group in the group finder, we'll get this on the go for sure. We'll go kill some stuff. Do you have to put it in legacy raids? I don't even know. You wouldn't think I've played this game literally forever, would you? Do you have to put it into? Do you have to put it in custom? Whoa! Why did it dismount? Ground mounts are not allowed here? Oh. Hello? Let me get on a mount. Got intrigued and checked my record. I've spent 30 million gold on tokens since November. Rumble. Is that what it is? Your Rumble account must be pretty good then at that point if you've spent like 3 gold caps on it. I don't know how much gold I've spent on Rumble. I don't think it's a lot. I think I've only spent like 100 of Blizzard balance, whatever that is. I've not spent a lot at all. There we go then, boys and girls, in the custom group finder. This is obviously going to be cross-faction, so anybody can join in. Obviously, I do have to wait for... we do have to wait for the fact that it's... I genuinely have no idea what my brain was about to say then. Join up, boys and girls. Cross-faction, we can get it done. We can get it done. EU only, obviously, of course. That is one downside. EU only. I've actually thought, you know, it's been on my mind to do a little bit of a play-in over on Team NA. I'm online apparently. We need you on NA. Even before Dragonflight launched, you know, even before Dragonflight, I was considering that I was considering just dropping my EU account completely. Considering dropping my EU account completely, moving entirely over to my NA account. Icons needs to be stopped. Nah, he's good. He's good. He's got a couple of servers on lockdown though, from what I understand. Can I have your EU tunes? Well, I wouldn't, you know, drop it completely, but like I wouldn't be giving it away level drop it, but it would be on long-term hibernation for a while. Because I think playing on Team N or at least having an account that's got stuff doing, right? Actually having an account where there are things where I can jump on and I can do things, especially considering we don't have flipping global release for things now. It's still mighty frustrating that when something big launches, it launches on Team NA. And it would be nice just to have an account with a couple of characters over there where I can jump. I mean, I've got I've got a level 60 on my NA account. My NA account doesn't even have game time on, so... the downside to only playing on the NA for us is nighttime in the game. It gets pretty dark in some places. Yeah, that's true, actually, yeah. Yeah, it would be. Can you pay for that account with EU Gold? No. No, I can't, no. There's... as far as I'm aware, if you have a... If you live in the EU... and you want to set up a proper NA account, e.g. meaning that you can buy NA tokens and get NA Blizzard balance, to my understanding, you have to fudge it so that you have a valid NA address, I think. I don't know exactly what the logistics of that are, but you'll actually find if your battle.net is registered to an EU address or an EU location, and you make an NA account, you can play and do all that sort of stuff, but you can't interact with tokens. Can't do cross-faction in Time Walking? What? No? What? Really? Or is that... Can you not? Oh. Well, that might cause issues. And you're both Filthy Alliance. Okay. Can't queue instance with cross-faction. Huh. Alright then. Alright, well maybe we'll do this later then. Maybe we'll figure this out, we'll do this later. I thought Time Walking was cross-faction. I thought it was cross-faction. We'll figure this out later. I don't have any Alliance characters up to speed. I've only got Horde characters at level 70. That's a shame. Alright, well we'll do some All the Things stuff instead then.
Wallet?
We'll do some more. What? Why will it not let me fly?
I hope.
What do you mean ground mounts are not allowed? Why can I not fly? What's going on? Starscream with the Prime, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Saviour, in case I didn't thank you for the sub, thank you very much for the sub. I think that popped through during my work order rant. I apologise if I missed that one. Make good friends with an NA Goldmaker. Get them to buy it for you. Well, I see. I'm quite sure if I have obviously the ability to. It's not a problem. I'm lucky nowadays. I can just consider it a business expense if I wanted to. Anyway, why can I not fly? Hello, game. Will you let me fly? My game is scuffed. It won't let me mount up. You gonna let me in, game? Still is not letting me fly. What the flippin' hell's gone on here? Hello? Maybe it still thinks I'm too close to this vendor and something's gone horribly wrong. Let me stand next to you and then go away again. Hey, there we go. It was clearly bugged. Clearly, because you're Horde. Oh, yeah, maybe. Right. Let's head over to Borean Tundra. What do I need to go do in Borean Tundra? What's all the things going to tell me for Borean Tundra?
Greetings.
Down here. I've not explored Northrend for quite some time. It's playing Season of Discovery though has kind of given me the itch to play like proper classic and to go play some Wrath. It has kind of given me the bug. I don't need more of an excuse to play more video games, but it's I'm kind of tempted. And it's weird because Kata doesn't really appeal to, like Kata Classic doesn't particularly appeal to me that much. But even still, there is the temptation. I really enjoy it. As silly as it sounds, I really enjoyed just leveling in Season of Discovery. When we figured out all of the immersion stuff and the voiceover stuff, it was just really satisfying to level. Being able to just like casually walk through. For the first time in 20 years, I paid attention to some of the storylines and what people were actually saying in the zones. I mean, I guess this is probably one of the reasons I don't enjoy reading like normally. Right? I don't read books particularly because I sit down and I read a book and it doesn't grab me. It doesn't interest me, which is probably why reading quest text in a game also doesn't interest me. Maybe my stimulus and entertainment is more based on, you know, visual or audio. But words on a page just don't do it for me. But yeah, leveling in Season of Discovery was a lot of fun. And it's kind of given me the itch to go play Classic and just to do a full immersion 1 to, is it 80 in Wrath of the Lich King? Oh, well, I see that now. That's going to be the problem. That as soon as I step out of vanilla, all my voice acting is going to disappear. Either way, 1 to 60 in Classic full immersion mode could be a thing to do. Have I played Satisfactory with the new update? I haven't, no. And there is strong desire to go and play it. But I would want to do it probably for YouTube rather than the stream. Which is why I haven't yet. There was also the DSP update that I really want to go and see. Because, what's it called? The Dark Fog. That, I think, is adding a new twist to that game, which could be quite fun. Phase 2 Season of Discovery coming February the 8th as well. Yeah, this is it. My schedule is already full. I don't really need to add more to the schedule, but, you know. Gonna wait for 1.0, should come pretty soon. Yeah, Satisfactory now looks to be very close to a 1.0 release, I think. Very close in terms of the fact that it should happen this year. Update 8 took them ages, but Update 8 took ages to my understanding because they went from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5, and that took them, you know, that set them back a few months to remake everything in Unreal Engine 5. So, in theory, a bit of storyline and a bit of polish, 1.0 Satisfactory could actually be on the cards this year. We also know that the Factorio expansion comes out this year, which gets me weak at the knees. So it's a monster of a year for gaming this year, an absolute monster of a year for me personally. There is so much that is coming out this year that I absolutely cannot wait for. The problem is every single one of these things is a 200+ hour project, right? We've got multiple seasons of Season of Discovery. We've got a World of Warcraft expansion. We've got the beta and alpha run-up to that expansion. A new expansion of Factorio will mean that I will want to do a full mega factory in Factorio as it stands now. I will also want to make a new mega factory in Factorio after the expansion comes out. Satisfactory is probably going to go version 1.0, but I would also like to play through update 8 even as it stands now. DSP has come out, and I can't remember how long it takes to complete that game, but if you want to make a full Dyson sphere, that's probably 150 hours. Probably more than that, because I'd have to learn the game again. And that's before anything random that pops up that I haven't even paid attention to just yet. There's just stuff from every angle. It's going to be a monster of a year for games. I'm so looking forward to it. I so hope that I can, you know, find time to do all of the things I want this year, which is a blessing of a situation to be in. Friday Factorio facts have been really cool. Yeah, I've looked at a few of them. I've not paid as much attention to them as I probably should do. I've looked at a few of them. So, sea turtle? Have I never had this? Did I never fish up the sea turtle? Okay. I wasn't planning on doing a whole bunch of fishing, but okay, that's something that we need. There are some quests that we still have outstanding. What's this secret retrieving data? Glimmerfin welcome? It's a Shadowlands thing. There are prerequisite quests that must be completed before this may be obtained. Glimmerfin scale over in Grizzly Hills. Huh? Why is this? Time to watch Manthe doing fishing the hard way for the next 12 hours. The hive mind, I never bothered doing this back in the day either. Tide breaker trident, Sindori recurve bow, horde expedition revered. We should just be able to go get that. What's the? Was it alt right click for waypoints? Oh, we'll be able to dragon ride doing this next week. We'll be able to dragon ride out in Northrend. That'll be fun. As long as it's reasonably spread out, sounds like a great content machine. Well, yeah, this is it. This is I just need to be better at planning shit, right? I have such a bad habit of just winging it. You guys that watch the stream on a regular basis will understand. I just wing shit, right? I turn the computer on in the morning, I load up the stream, and then we just see what happens. It's why we end up doing, like, whatever my stream title is at the beginning of the stream, you can guarantee we are not doing that by the end of the stream. Something will come along and something will distract me every time. But I really need to just be better at planning. I should get a calendar on the go or something. You know, jot things down, plan ahead. I'm so bad at that. So terribly bad at that. So there are definitely some things I think I should do and could be better at. You're upstairs somewhere, apparently. Where are you? Where are you? Who are we talking to? Garrus Goldcrush. Have you got a bow for me? You do have a bow for me. Yoink. Ah, you also sell the Mechanico Hog titanium plating. Northrend blacksmithing 75. I don't have that. Ooh, should get me blacksmith on out here. I already know the Mechanico Hog, apparently. Oh, no, actually, that's a lie. Well, no, my current engineer doesn't. Boo, I need to get my warrior out here. Hang on! My warrior's definitely done this way back in the day. Why does all the things not think I know that? Okay. Because obviously that's a cool thing to have. We should be able to get this. Did you get the cooking hat? I don't think I've ever had the cooking hat. No, I don't think I ever got the cooking hat. There was... There's an achievement for getting the cooking hat, isn't there? Chef's hat. Yeah, never got the chef's hat. Where's Zygo on the go? Cooking with style. Use the Dalaran cooking dailies section of this guide to earn 100 Dalaran cooking rewards. Let me tell you, you're missing out. Yeah, I know. I know I'm vastly missing out not having this. The Dalaran cooking awards are bind on. They're an account. They're not account wide, are they? I have chipped away and made progress with this on a character. I just can't remember who. Because once you have the chef's hat, you can buy the rewards with the time walking badges. I don't have many of those either, if I'm honest. Where's time walking badges on here? Miscellaneous? No. 2,230 time walking badges. I need a casual 46,000 of them. Shit the bed. This is why every time somebody tells me, "Oh, you just use time walking badges for them," I usually tell people no because I need them. Right, we'll do that in a minute then. We'll put that on our to-do list. Let me go get this last appearance. Tidebreaker. Oh no, hang on. Costs winterfin clams. Hello? The hell's a winterfin clam? Oh, isn't this also limited quantity item? I think I've tried to do this before, you know. I'm pretty convinced I've tried to do this before. Because I even vaguely remember this vendor. Yeah. Winterfin clams, bind on pickup. I've tried to do this before. Don't you get the clams by killing things around here? I'm pretty sure you get the clams by killing these fellas. Yeah, there we go. Winterfin clam. Right. Let's clam it up. It's clam time. You watch the drop rate on these now be absolutely dog do. Two down. We can squeeze in some of this in between some queues for the dungeons. Plus, if we're smart about it, we'll just casually get the sea turtle, you know? We'll just casually get the sea turtle. Your pets are awful? Shut up. This is Pinky and Stinky. Pinky and Stinky are Biss pets. Well, I have nothing bad said about Pinky and Stinky. Come on, sea turtle. Come on, sea turtle. Oh, there's 2 types of clams out here. What's the other one? There's a surprise. Succulent clam meat. No surprise. Oh, that was quick. Clearly everybody's trying to get these dungeons done then. Four. Go on, tank. Tank, do tank things, please. Don't let me down now, tank. Hey, tank, do tank things. Great. What do we need from the Nexus? Stuff. Time walking. Common boss drops. End boss. Gauntlets of the Serpent Scale. Come to me. Come to me. Quests? Lies.
Something?
Don't need that.
See you around.
Top DPS. Absolutely smashing it.
What? Where in the... Don't just stand around, lads. Kill somebody.
Canal zoom mode or what? Hello? Hello? You what now? Who cranked up the difficulty in here? Oh, flipping revive pet button still doesn't work apparently. Haven't Blizzard fixed this? Why do I now need 2 separate buttons for mend pet and revive pet? Why does the pet utility button not work still? Let's try that again, shall we? That was a great way to start, that was. Absolutely smashed the pants off that. Tanks can't keep up sometimes, low levels and all, just use misdirection. I don't think I've even spec'd into misdirection. I'm that kind of hunter. No, I haven't even spec'd into misdirection.
Kill somebody.
Oh, it's happening again. It's happening again. Ads are super obnoxious. I saw somebody the other day, actually. They had a very clever thing set up so that the entire screen... Oh, hello. The entire screen changed to like an ads are in progress screen soon as Twitch played an ad, which I thought was quite clever. I don't know how they've done it. it must be in conjunction with some sort of bot and some sort of stream triggers to change their OBS scene, but I thought that was quite clever. Now, it's obviously slightly difficult for me because I stream on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. So if I was to throw up an ads are now in progress screen every time an ad played on either platform, I mean, I don't have that level of control, unfortunately, on YouTube when ads actually even play in the first place. But either way, I thought it was quite clever. I also heard the other day, actually, talking about Twitch, that Twitch are looking at the potential of 4K streams and using AV1 encoder, which is interesting. It's a good step in the right direction, in my opinion. But I cannot possibly imagine Twitch being able to do 4K streams anytime soon. Simply because they can barely cover their bandwidth costs in 1080p at 6K bitrate. I cannot possibly imagine what bitrate they would try and tell people to use for 4K streams. But 6K bitrate is low for 1080p. Never mind 4K. So yeah. It's pretty common in the software and game dev space. Oh, that was it. It was Pirate Software who had the ads are in progress automatic screen thing. That's who it was. So yeah, you're right. Probably quite common in that space. Go Thor. He's blown up recently, hasn't he? Didn't he break some hype train record or something recently, I heard? Pets do pet things, by the way. Right, the tank's going to cry in a minute. Because I didn't dismiss pets, and now pets have pulled everybody. It's the YouTube shorts. He's absolutely killing it on TikTok, actually. I don't know if it's so much shorts, but TikTok, he's absolutely killing it. Because soon, because the soonest I spot anybody in the industry doing something significantly better than everybody else, I geek over what the fuck it is they're doing and how they've done it. And there's no denying shorts are definitely helping him, but he's blowing up on TikTok as well. There's 6 fake accounts of Thor on TikTok. Yeah, this is also tends to happen, right? And for reference, right? It's not all bad news when that happens. It's not all bad news when that happens. If you are becoming popular enough that people are willing to imitate your account to try and get some free views off your likeness, it's not necessarily the worst case scenario, because you can easily argue that any exposure is good exposure in that regard. It's one of the critical reasons to why Asmongold is as big and as popular as he is today, because for many years he let people rip off his content without any issue or any qualm or any, and not only was willing to let people rip off his content, was actively promoting that people do it. And so, if you can get people to work for you for free, there's not much better a solution than that, honestly, as a content creator. Thor doesn't have an automatic ad screen. He just uses the Stream Deck with a start ad, and yeah, I mean, obviously I can at the press of a button change the scene in OBS via my Stream Deck. I thought he had it done automatically, Maybe he just pays way more attention to his Twitch dashboard than I do. One of the main reasons, and I only found this out recently actually, one of the main reasons I don't always have my Twitch dashboard open is because I don't personally want to quickly and easily see what my viewer count is. Now that sounds strange, right, as a streamer, because you think most streamers care about nothing else than their viewer count. But I personally try my utmost, at least whilst I am streaming, to not know what my viewer count is. One of the reasons I didn't have my Twitch dashboard open was because it was there, front and center. This is how many viewers you have. But I actually realized there's a way to turn it off. Yeah, you just click it and the number disappears. It's something so simple, but I'd never clicked it because it doesn't look like a button. So now my Twitch dashboard doesn't actually tell me how many people are watching. I know that's ironic to say, considering like right here it tells you lot exactly who's watching and where, but this is more of a, this for me is more of a advertisement than anything else, basically telling you that, look, I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch. While I'm streaming though, I don't like to pay attention to what my numbers are. Because, and it's for one very simple reason, and I can't help it, but if I know what my viewer count is when I'm streaming, I start paying attention to it. And I start doing things differently on my stream. I can't help it. This is why I tried to hide it, because it was unavoidable. You are between 1 and 50k viewers. Yeah, that's all I want to know. That's all I want to know. Where's Stinky gone? Hello? Oh, flipping hell. Now look what you've done.
Why? There's no truth in it. No.
Whatever.
Only in the taking. I see them now. Stay.
I was hopping.
Boy, you're finally
I thought the point of this was that you had to hop.
finish it. Finish it. Kill me, dragon.
Alright, dead. GG.
Life binder. Preserve me.
Nice. 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 Sounds like you need another screen. I unironically would love another screen. Well, haha. It's not the not having the screen that's the problem. It's the fact I don't really have adequate space for another screen. It's one of the only reasons I've contemplated buying a 4K monitor. Just so I can fit 4 times as much on it. Because yeah, I do kind of need more real estate for while I'm streaming. Streamer problems, right? Nobody cares, I know. Let's make sure we're queued up for another dungeon. We have 5. We are 10% of the way there. Because I actually have 2 PCs. I have my old PC is still kind of has been semi-repurposed to be like just a media PC, which is to the side of me, and that has its own screen. So I've technically got 4 screens here. One of them's connected to a different computer, but it does mean I don't have any more real estate to easily add more screen space to my main PC. I can't force myself to play Vulpera, even though they are very convenient. Well, yeah, I mean, I didn't technically choose Vulpera as my class. It was you guys that, the stream chose my class. I can't even remember why I let you guys choose the class. It seems like such a dumb move. But yeah, I at some point let you guys choose what the class is, and of course you chose Vulpera because you're a bunch of trolls. I don't even know where my I don't even know where my camp is set to right now, actually. For a while, I had my camp set outside Zone Grub, so I could do my daily heroic run in Zone Grub. I don't know where it's set to right now. But yeah, you're right. That second Hearthstone alone is worth being Volpera in my mind. That's seriously the worst thing about make camp. Yeah, it'd be nice. Even if it didn't tell you exactly, you know, I get not telling you exactly where it is, but even if the tooltip just said what zone, you know, what zone you had it set to. Flipping hell, even what continent would be better than nothing. Yeah, the fact that you have to use it to find out where it's set and then hope it's not set somewhere completely inconvenient for whatever it is. You just got to make sure your main Hearthstone's off cooldown before you use it. So if it goes terribly wrong, you've got an exit strategy. 8. God, we're not getting these very fast, are we? And we need 50 of them. Right, tank do tank things. Go. Go tank. Oh, DPS didn't do DPS things. Boo. Why are we farming? I'm trying to get the clams. The Winterfin clams, they're a currency and I need 50 of them to get this last appearance. It's just ATT, transmog, all the things, unnecessary thing. It's Wrath of the Lich King time walking week, so it kind of makes sense to just go do some Wrath completion stuff. Now, if I remember right, you got to nuke the Menders first. Like such. Guys, so different playing retail after playing Season of Discovery. You actually have buttons to press in retail. Season of Discovery, I send my pet in and then go to sleep. Oh, Relics of Alder. I forgot they were a thing. Okay, tank's getting adventurous by the looks of things. For good reasons, he seems to be doing pretty well. Isn't there meant to be a boss around here somewhere? Oh, there he is. Oh, hello? Boss? Kill boss? Kill boss? Kill boss? Fucking idiots, kill boss? Right, well, I'm just going to pull it then. Do it this way. We'll forcibly make sure we kill the boss. There we go. There we go. Convince people to come back now. That's how you do it. I'm quite sure that kind of activity is likely to get you kicked from groups, but I played retail so little the past month, I'm out of flight stones on my main to upgrade gear. Yeah, I've got no idea about gear upgrades or anything in retail right now. I wouldn't even know where to begin. So it's weird, right? The very second you step off that treadmill, you realize it becomes so apparent to you that you are on a treadmill. Like, it's so easy to not even realize that you are just on this constant treadmill of got to get this next, then 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 got to go back and do that, you know. But the second you step off it for 5 minutes and then try and go back to it, you're like, oh dear God, Lord. I'm always either capped or have none. There's nothing in between. Yeah, I can understand that.
The master was right. To be concerned.
Can't care less about getting items, doing keys or something alike. I'd rather quest and trade or play Seasons of Discovery. I mean, I've made it no secret that I fell out of love with the gear grind in retail many years ago. I don't play retail anymore to grind gear and be stronger, because I've done it more than enough to fully understand it's all an illusion, and I don't get enjoyment out of it particularly anymore, so I don't do it. It's one of the core reasons why I focus for the most part on goblinry sort of activities, because that's something where I feel as if I'm somewhat in control over the outcome, and secondly I feel, you know, as if my progression continues in a linear fashion forward without these constant resets, unless you are, you know, if you know, at least with goblinry activities you can step off the treadmill and come back and still feel as if your progress has mattered in somewhat shape or form. Gear in retail though is like literally every 3 months it practically gets fully replaced, and it's like, unless you are permanently on that treadmill trying to get better and better and better and better get, like, it just doesn't do it for me. What are you doing? I was absolutely fine up there. I mean, sure, I know how this works. You just don't get hit by the sparks. But I was chilling up there because then I'm near the boss for when he pulls everything back in. What did you do in WoW before getting into Goldmaking? A bit of Mantheus lore? I mean, the same as everybody else. Dungeons, raids, all that sort of stuff. Like, it was, but it was probably around Warlords of Draenor time where I lost my interest in, like, the consistent regrinding of gear every patch, and made more of a almost permanent switch to, like, goblinry stuff. Oh, we've kicked the tank, have we? Okay. He clearly DC'd. And we've just kicked the tank. Okay. Well, insta replaced. I guess you can't complain. I mean, our last tank was DC'd literally 3 seconds. And there was already a vote kick in. Outrageous. Pet tanking incoming. garrison-ish time. Thoughts on those? Our garrisons were horrible. The whole the whole Warlords of Draenor experience was massively underwhelming. The one thing I always look back on, and I wish I could cite this with some sort of source, and I can't, which makes me feel weird talking about it, but it's definitely a thing, because I remember it from way back in the day. Like, we found out at some point that the development order of expansions isn't really set in stone. And for whatever reason, Legion was technically initially thought of to come out before Warlords of Draenor. But for whatever reason, they switched the order of the expansions. I wouldn't say late in development, but after they'd certainly done a bit, right? Which is partly the reason why Warlords of Draenor felt as if it had so little going for it. And also why Legion then ended up being... Oh god, this is all going horribly wrong. Hang on, story time can wait a minute. Yeah, partly the reason why Legion ended up being so good is because they were developing Legion for years before it came out. Because originally they were working on it at or around the same time they were working on Warlords of Draenor. And so just iterative development over like way more physical time meant that it was a good, solid, all-round expansion. Whereas Warlords of Draenor, on the other hand, they hadn't put so much development into it. And then it all of a sudden was coming out quickly. Don't they do that? Well, yeah, they do. You know, it's semi... I mean, you know, even recently, Blizzard have sort of told the world that they're technically working on the next 3 expansions. You know, you know, they start... The process of making a video game takes years. If you plan on releasing an expansion every 2 years, you are probably planning that expansion for 4 years before you even tell people about it, sort of thing. Whether it even, you know, core systems like making maps, getting the art done, all of this sort of stuff. Probably very, you can do a lot of that stuff. You can make assets, I would imagine, way before you technically know exactly how you're going to need them. Building a story in and that sort of stuff, I would imagine, is probably quite late in the development. I don't know. I don't know exactly the process, but holy shit, you got nuked, son. But yeah, it kind of meant that they, for whatever reason, they switched their focus from Wrath of the Lich King. No, sorry, Warlords of Draenor and Legion switched the order, released, you know, publicly announced Warlords of Draenor, you know, pre-sold it, launched it, whatever, but it was the first expansion that I think they'd released that was just heavily undercooked. And then hence why we went, what was it, like 13, 14 months at the end of Warlords of Draenor with just nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Because they basically dropped it entirely. In a way, this is one of the significant drawbacks, I think, of, you know, AAA development, or how AAA development works, is that regardless of what happens, they're on a timeline. And there is not the option to not release something. And I think this has plagued Blizzard since about the Wrath time. Warlords of Draenor time. I think their timeline has been... Their timeline and their ambition has been their worst enemy, honestly. If every expansion could come out, if every expansion could be Legion level quality, I would happily wait 3 years between expansions. You know, it's this is the sort of the push-pull problem that AAA game development has. They obviously want to keep their customers happy, But they also need to make money. It would obviously help if so much of the money wasn't skimmed off the top by the CEO, but, you know, obviously that's changed recently. By the way, you can also collect clams directly from the ground. Really? Oh, yeah. Genius, that. I should pay attention to those. How many we got? 16. Ah, okay. We've got to go on a clam hunt. I didn't even realise this. Oh, there was me casually... Hey, cheeky. Oh, God, there's loads of them all over the place. It's game-changing. There's one. My opinion, WoD was one of the best expansions. I do agree it missed a lot. It could have been the best expansion ever if it was finished. I mean, that's a spicy take most people are not going to agree with you with. What you can say is that Warlords of Draenor did bring a couple of good things to the table. From what I can remember, Warlords of Draenor was the first expansion where they really got their dynamic zone scaling to work. Because prior to Warlords of Draenor, every mob had a level, and that was the level of every mob. But it was Warlords of Draenor where they really fine-tuned their scaling, and that was the first iteration of what we now have, where the entire world levels and scales with you. Whether you consider that a good thing or a bad thing, there are obviously pros and cons to most things. But Warlords of Draenor was the first time they kind of got that nailed. The leveling experience, your path to max level in Warlords of Draenor was, yeah, pretty good. The issue was there was absolutely diddly squat to keep people busy with once you'd finished it. Which is, for the most part, why people lived in their garrisons. People lived in their garrisons because the garrison gave them everything that they needed. They had no, you know... You could set up your little huts. You could be almost entirely self-sufficient. You'd log in on a bunch of It was the first alt army expansion, like true alt army expansion. Because people just leveled characters because the leveling was reasonable. And then left them in the garrison and then logged into them a few times a day, banged out some missions once a day, you know, filled your huts up every 3 days. Because unfortunately, for 50% plus of the expansion, that's all there really was to do. How long did we have Tanan Jungle for? I think we genuinely had Tanan Jungle for over a year, which is, if you look at that, it would cause riots now. Can you imagine if we had a single expansion zone for an entire year now? I don't quite understand how it was even feasible back then. Not to mention, we had like a hugely long final patch of Season of Discovery. Hugely great long patch for the end of Warlords of Draenor. But also, Siege of Orgrimmar patch was the word I was trying to say. That's the end of Cataclysm, right? Siege of Orgrimmar. That was also really long as a final patch. Or was that Pandaria? Sorry, yeah. This is kind of why we have... This paved the way for the seasonal content. This paved the way for, like, 0.5 patches and 0.7 patches and stuff. This is why they are more... Instead of making a bunch and giving it to you, they split it up a lot more now. How many were up to? 33. Oh, we didn't queue for a dungeon. Moron. content was very good as well. Storyline, the world buildings, exploration. It was just unfinished. Sure, there was some stupid parts in the storyline, all that Grommash redemption, but WoD was still my second favorite expansion after Pandaria. Yeah, there was big hopes and plans for like, you know, that it's also widely known that they slashed an entire raid tier, or maybe even 2 entire raid tiers in Warlords of Draenor, because the flipping hell, where is it? The over in, I want to say Talendor, Shatrath City was meant to be a raid as well, wasn't it? If I understand right, the old Shatrath was meant to be a raid, or there was meant to be something bigger going on here that just never happened. And this is also why this stems back to my reasoning to why I don't think Blizzard will ever approach the I don't think they'll ever go the player housing route, even though it's easily the #1 most requested feature for the game is some form of player housing. The reason I don't think they'll do it is because they kind of tried with the garrisons. And look how that went. You know, it was the garrisons was their first attempt to say, here's a space that's yours that you can customize. Sure, okay, I can put my building here, or I can put like everybody else, or I can put my building on the other side. Like, you know, it's not really, it's not player housing like people wanted. But I'm not going to lie. The way that Blizzard are doing it now, you can keep your fated season if it means you go and make player housing. I'd happily forego a dog shit fated season if you can go out there and make player housing instead. After yesterday's stream as well, when we looked at the sets, the vote for the set situation that Blizzard has put forward now, I can safely say I've solidified my opinion on it. It's hella lazy. Mad level lazy. It's hella lazy with a scapegoat approach. Super lazy. It's the one period in the expansion where they can get away with doing something silly. They don't have to worry about balance. They can just, they can break things a little bit because we're about to have a full reset. And instead of doing something fun, doing something interesting, you've got to remember that this is in place of what we theoretically believe should be a full raid tier, right? A full content patch. We should have a full 10.3 content patch by all understandings of what we were originally sold. To not have a full content patch, a full 10.3 content patch is a bit of a hard pill to swallow in the first place. Okay, we'll make it up to you, we'll make a fated season. But then they're not putting any effort into the fated season. They're like, oh, well, you can have the same sets and the same appearances that you've already had. But you get to vote on it so that when you don't like it, it's not our fault. It doesn't sell well. That's probably the issue there. Another example of a dev has come up with a great idea, and it's been pushed before anybody with half a brain has looked at it. I think it wouldn't have taken too much for somebody to go, hang on, the public perception of this is not going to be very strong. Maybe we do need to put some effort in, or maybe we need to sell this better. Still waiting for this Warlock set. This is some fan art. Oh dear God. That's a spicy set. Sheesh. I think if this is actually interesting. I put a little poll out on Twitter yesterday. Obviously my presence on Twitter is not very strong. But it did interest me that I asked the question, what do people prefer? considering we're not getting a 0.3 patch for the second expansion in a row, and are instead getting a fated season. With that in mind, what was players' preferred 0.2 patch, Zereth Mortis or the Emerald Dream? I was quite surprised to see that the Emerald Dream got 70% of the votes. Now, it's not exactly, like I said, my presence on Twitter is not that strong. So maybe go follow Manthius on Twitter, twitter.com/Manthius, x.com/Manthius, whatever the hell. Yeah. And that surprised me, you know. I don't know if it's recency bias there. Maybe it's recency bias a little bit. But I genuinely think that 9.2, the Zereth Mortis patch, was significantly stronger than the Emerald Dream patch. And on the basis that my belief of the 10.2 Emerald Dream, because the Emerald Dream feels a bit empty, a little bit. I mean, one of the very first things I said about it was it feels copy-paste from 10.1. It doesn't, you know, it felt like they got the equation and they just copy-pasted it and painted it green. Because I have the opinion that 10.2 has been quite lackluster, for them to come along and then say that the fated season is going to be, you know, we're not going to do anything special for the fated season, we're not going to have a bit of fun, we're not going to play around, we're not going to do anything silly, we're just going to give you the same sets again and let you pick the colour, it hurts twice as much, because it feels like 10.2 was lackluster. And you would hope if there was a lackluster patch, that is because they've got something bigger and better planned that they're working on. To then, you know, take away a tier of content and to then give us a very, very, very underwhelming fated season, I think. I don't know. You can huff hopium all you like that, oh, well, all of this is because the War Within is going to be much bigger and better and they're working on 3 expansions at the same time, but there's a part of me that starts to get slightly bored of that excuse and that reason. Because we've been having the same excuse since, like, BFA at this point. Oh, this patch is shit. This patch doesn't live up to expectations, but it's okay because we're working on this. It's like, well, stop working on this, and this. Just give us something solid, you know? Zereth Mortis was scaled quite aggressively. Lots of stuff required you to be in the right place at the right time with enough people. Emerald Dream lets you solo so much more. Well, that's true. Yeah, there's zero need to be grouping up to do anything in the Emerald Dream, realistically. It is a bit of a solo heaven. I mean, once the War Within launches and we've got the new expansion, I think it will be at that point where I will drastically change my focus to how I deal with Warcraft as a franchise. Because it's clear to me that no longer is retail. And it's so funny because the shift has happened very quickly. Within one expansion, they've shifted the approach of retail from a game that they hold onto you so aggressively tightly that they never want you to ever step foot outside of the game or play anything else ever. They've switched from an entirely clingy, you know, abusive relationship to a full open marriage of, right, well, we're going to make the game really arcadey, let you blast it for a month or two, but feel free to, like, put the game down for 3 months in between content patches. It's so weird to see just how fast they have switched from like one extreme to another.
The might can fall.
And it's clearly because they've figured out that, well, if they use Classic to weave, if they weave Classic or some old variation of the game, if they weave that in between content patches and retail, they can still keep your subscription running, they can still have your attention, yet they don't necessarily strictly need you to be absolutely 100% playing retail every day of your life. And I think we will see that even more so in the War Within. And that's a natural byproduct of them actually doing a lot of the stuff that people have asked for. You know, one of the main reasons why people are so pushy for like account-wide progress on stuff is because they don't want to do the same thing multiple times on multiple characters. They want to play a Demon Hunter, they want to play, you know, a Paladin, they want to play a Shaman, they want to play the different classes because playing the different classes can be fun. But what they don't want is to have to redo everything on each of those characters each and every time. People want a more arcadey dip in and out experience from retail. If you want the true RPG, if you want the true grind, if you want a game where you're predominantly meant to focus all your attention on playing one spec, one class, then that's where Classic still excels. Emerald Dream doesn't have the stupid time gating that Zereth Mortis had. Zereth Mortis was a little bit over the top with that, true. But it was realistically only for its first 8 weeks of existence. If you know, I mean, I definitely agree. Zereth Mortis pushed it a little bit to the limit. Was it the Enlightened rep? Grinding the Enlightened rep was very, very calculated and very, very deliberately time-gated. But that's because of some of the rewards they attached to it, e.g. the legendaries. So yeah, I don't object to this slightly faster-paced, more arcadey approach that they've taken with retail. I don't mind it at all. I'll tell you what, with 2024's gaming lineup, I'm quite happy that there'll be good opportunities for to say, right, retail, we put that on the back burner for a month. Let's go do something else for a month. Renown's boring enough on a main. I wonder what they're going to do with Renown. I mean, they're clearly keeping Renown. I mean, we've seen it from the concept art already. There's no... We are having Renown, and they are building on Renown going into the new expansion. But considering warbands are going to make Renown, or at least what we've been informed, significantly more account-wide than it is currently, it's going to be interesting to see how they approach it. Whether they then, by proxy, feel the need to stretch it out, because you will truly only need to do it once. Oh, Papa's new bag. What size bag is that nowadays? 20 slot bag? What the hell is that random music playing? I didn't even realise this place had this weird, wacky music. It's like some weird 90s game show music. It'll be interesting to see if you can make multiple warbands yourself, or if you just have to have a single warband for your entire battle.net. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced that warbands is just a nice way of them marketing a account widey stuff. I think the name Warbands is just very marketing play. Meaning I'm pretty convinced everything on your single WoW account is going to be squished together. We also seem to have an early understanding that one of the things that they might make fully account-wide is gold, which could make a huge impact to just how the game plays and feels. There's no better way to make people feel poor than to pool all of your character's gold into one currency and let people spend it at will. Because as it stands at the moment, players consider the gold that they have on each character, you know, every character has its own pool of gold, and it means that, oh, if you run out of gold on one character, oh, well, I can log on to another character and I've got 10k on that character and I can send it over. When you start pooling all gold into just one bag, if you were to make gold an account-wide currency, then when you've spent it, you literally have no more. It will mean that there'll be no, oh, I've got 10k on this character, oh, I've got 5k on this alt, or, you know, there won't be any of that business. If you spent all your gold, you've spent all your gold. I think actually one of the driving reasons why they might make gold account-wide and make it a true account-wide currency is because there is no doubt it will drive token sales. Because all of a sudden, you'll give people the ability to 100% spend every single gold that they have. They will not have that safety blanket of being able to jump on an alt and just, oh, I'll just quickly buy some potions on my alt and send it over. No, if you spend all your gold, it's gone. And that will categorically drive token sales, without a doubt. So I would expect, you know, I would expect that to be one of the account-wide changes they make. Because look how bad people are with money in the real world, right? If you think people are bad with money in the real world, they are significantly worse off in a video game. Worse with it in a video game. Oh, 55, we've done it. Right, peace out of here. Have we done our 5 time walking dungeons, actually, by the way? I've done 4. One more. Just consolidating gold between 10 toons is so much hard work right now, people often don't bother. Yeah, and that means if they burn through all of their gold on that one character, well, there's that safety blanket there, right, you know? Oh, I'll just pick it up again. I'll just, you know, I'll buy these potions I really need off this other character. Boom. Okay. Not going to get the Kalawak to Exalted, unfortunately. Complete dailies every day, dear Lord. Preparing for the worst, planning for the future. Ways that, I mean, I probably should do it now, considering the rep gains are better. You. God bless Zygord, just knowing what's going on. Good job. I wish I spent as much time managing IRL money as I do in WoW. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've sometimes thought I should put my Goblin skills to use more IRL. But just the difference is you can easily farm for new gold. There's no, the farming for gold IRL is going working shifts at McDonald's, and that makes me feel bad. That makes me hurt. I used to be much better with money than I am nowadays, honestly. I hope they do make gold account wide. I hate having to send gold around. Yeah, it seems to me, it seems very, very obvious that it's something they're going to do.
Your company.
It's going to be one of the things of Warband. I'm actually convinced of it.
Visit again when you can.
Alright, let's grab some supplies. With the added difficulty that we can't all go work in McDonald's. Well, yeah, there's also that. Can you imagine if they implemented something like that in WoW? That there was only a limit to... That would be crazy, right? Obviously, it's difficult to do now, considering we have region-wide materials and all sorts. This would be something that they'd have had to have implemented, like, a long time ago. But imagine if there was only so many people who could be a blacksmith. Imagine if there was a hard server limit to the amount of herbalists, the amount of miners. And if you know, if you had the herbalist job, per se, and you didn't go out herbing and mining for long enough, then the profession would be removed from you. Imagine if that was the way. That would be crazy. I don't think that's a good idea, by the way. I often have these brain farts that are not necessarily a good idea.
What troubles you? Travel the wastes with care.
750 reps worth, I suppose. So it turns out I have COVID. Oh dear, that's not good news. Well, in bed with you, my man. Getting fired from your profession, that would be a gaming low. I mean, it's a thing. It could be a thing. This concept actually kind of works in games, though. But there was right. I've mentioned this game a few times before. There was a game I used to play. It's difficult to technically call it a game, but it was a game. There was a game I used to play many, many years ago. I think it was called Mafia Matrix. It was an online gangster-themed game, right? I bring this up from time to time because it's actually where I got the Manthias name from. But this game basically was you could either be good or you could be bad. You as a player could either be legitimate or you could be a gangster, right? There was you could be good or you could be bad, and you had good professions and you had bad professions, right? So for as long as you were being good, you could go join the police force, you could level up with the police force, you could be a policeman, or you could be a police person, you could then level up to like, you would have like, I don't know, 2 or 3 ranks within the police force. But the key thing of this was that you could only ever have like one police commissioner. You could only have one mayor, right? And so and that was one physical person. You could only ever have one person in the top position, like a CEO sort of role. And so what actually naturally happened was that players agreed between themselves who would be in that position. And it was kind of just became customary. Is that the right word? I don't know. It kind of became a thing that you'd only hold that position for a week. And there was like a schedule, right? Next week, this person is going to take the promotion and is going to be the commissioner of the police force for a week. And for as long as you were the commissioner for the police force, you could do specific quests that would gain you skills, stats, this sort of stuff. Obviously, the only reason the game worked was because there was probably no more than 1,000 people that ever played it ever. You know, it's not a game that scales. But it would, if they did something of that esque in WoW with the professions, so you could have like low level leather workers, but there could only ever be like one top dog leather worker, and it would only be the top dog leather worker that would be able to make like something, you know, or had access to certain quests or stats or something. I don't flipping know. It's probably not a concept that with much thought actually works in an MMO. But it was, you know, still an interesting thought experiment. Galliwick's rocking up to you in the raid. Hey man, you haven't met your tailoring quota for this week? Yeah. Day 1, he sends you a mail. Day 2, thugs come and find you. Day 3, Galliwick's thugs beat you up and take your profession away from you. I mean, obviously that sort of level of that sort of concept works in like a gangster-themed game. Because the other option was you could just be bad, and if you went the bad route and you became a gangster, you would just do gangster things. You would go on drug deals and travel from city to city taking drugs and then selling drugs to people, and then you'd have to launder the money with the bank manager. So if you were there was only one bank manager. If you were the bank manager, then you could choose how much you would charge the gangsters to launder their money through your city. Or you could opt to not do it at all. You know, that was the appeal of the game, that every position had a sense of power to it. Yeah, this game was called Mafia Matrix for a while. It was also called Injustice, I think, if I remember right. It had 2 different names because the source code, I think, for the game got leaked and somebody's just made an absolute copy-paste of it. I'd be really interested to know if anybody else actually played that game or knew what the hell it was. It was a real dumb level game at the basis of it. Literally all it was a timer for you pressing a button. Every 3 minutes you could press a quest button. And every time you completed a quest, you got a little bit of money and you got some amount of hidden experience and stats. It was basically today's equivalent, or yesterday's equivalent of like an idle RPG now. How is everybody left and I'm still left killing things? What is going on here? What's going on here? How has that become a thing? Concept reminds me of a lot of one of those old mobile game ads. Yeah, there was loads of variations of them. They were all terrible, but they're like, it was a real waste of your time, but planning for the future. Is this another one of the daily quests? Apparently. Reputation. Wrath of the Lich King. Kalawak shows experience bar. There we go. 21,000 experience needed. If we do some daily quests each day for the next few days, we might get there. 750 rep per quest is not bad. Not bad, not bad. Right, we're travelling in that direction. Let's see if I can grab a drink before I crash. Okay. Why have, by the way, companies who make bottles of like water or pop or whatever decided that it's an ingenious idea to make it so you can never remove the cap? Whose fucking genius idea was that, by the way? I absolutely detest it. Why is this a thing? This does not need to be a thing. Goddamn stupid, dumb regulations. Because it now means you poke yourself in the flipping eye every time you drink out the bottle. And it becomes significantly harder to put the cap back on again. Ugh! Dear Lord. Caps are far more harmful to the environment and the wildlife. Oh, dear Lord. Flipping Nora. It's another flipping paper straw situation. It's just BS. Don't be giving me a paper straw in a plastic cup, you morons.
Let us visit for a while.
Decide to have a hissy fit and just pull it off. I did that the other day. I just got annoyed with it and ripped it the fuck off. It's one of those things that doesn't need to be a thing. Click the Snowfall Glade pups. Aha, like that. God bless you, Zygo. Like, if I tried to figure this out myself, it would not be pretty. I know you can easily argue that if you care for the environment, you don't buy plastic bottles of drink, especially water, but these are carbonated, which is why I wouldn't buy still water in a bottle. You don't need to buy bottled still water in Finland. The only reason I buy these is because they're carbonated. Technically, I could buy a soda stream. I have a soda stream in the main house. I don't have one in the studio. I could buy a soda stream to carbonate my own water. But then I have to remember to buy the gas bottles, and then I have to buy the soda stream in the first place. Coca-Cola decided to change its attached with a longer piece now instead of only being able to flip it up. Oh, is that what they're doing? I think it's ludicrous that it's a thing in the first place. What annoys me more is the shape of the Coke caps have changed, so the top edge is actually really sharp and hard to open compared to before. I get we should look after our planet, right? I get we should care about this sort of stuff. But there are also some things that I think are just unnecessary. Buy aluminium cans. I would actually happily, only recently have Coca-Cola started selling Coke in cans in Finland. You can now go into the store and instead of buying a crate of 24 little bottles of Coke, you can buy 24 cans of Coke instead. And of course, aluminium cans. Finland's actually incredibly good with recycling, because this little plastic bottle, if I take this and I recycle this properly, I get 10 cents back. I paid 10 cents more for the bottle, but I get my 10 cents back if I recycle it. And it's the same with cans and big glass bottles and all sorts of stuff. The recycling emphasis is pretty good. The incentive for you to recycle in Finland is very, very good. But what is weird to me is that they still incentivize plastic bottles over aluminium cans. And to my understanding, and somebody will correct me if I'm wrong with this, you can recycle an aluminium can an unlimited amount of times because it's aluminium. You melt it down, it purifies, you remold it, do it again. Right? I assume there's probably a little bit more to it than that. But plastic bottles, they have a lifespan. You can only melt down and recycle plastic, I think it's like 4 or 5 times, before it then breaks down so far that it's not actually, it doesn't do its job, right? I think they then call it like black plastic or end of life plastic or something. So why do they still incentivize buying plastic bottles over aluminium cans? I never understand. For cans, you need a lot of energy. Surely you need a lot of energy to melt down and remold plastic bottles as well, though. I can't imagine that the difference is that significant. Average bottle water contains lots of pieces causing nano... Oh, yeah, nano... I don't care about this nanoplastic thing. Everything's going to kill you nowadays. Oh my god, I'm going to fatigue. I'm going to die. Fatigue bar, go away. Why am I still fatiguing? I'm literally right next to the shore game. Oh, I'm dead. I've died to fatigue. Oh, too many nanoplastics. Got me. Nanoplastics got me.
Let's make
What?
sweet,
I cannot
sweet
fly?
profit together.
I cannot fly. Here we go again. Oh, grayscale filter. 100 bits gets rid of grayscale. Cheers, my man. Appreciate it. If you die of fatigue in the middle of the sea, surely you should be able to fly back to your corpse, right? Oops. You don't have to use expensive energy for it, though. You could use cheap or green energy. That is equally true. At least you can walk on water. Well, that, yes. Yes. If you had to swim back to your corpse, sheesh. You must be flagged for PvP in order to help capture this objective. I'm dead, game. I'm literally dead. I'm not capturing any objective, PvP flagged or not. Auto flew out the top of ICC, died, rezzed in Westfall. Sure. Okay. Spaghetti code. Genius, that. Actually genius. Westfall's the default for light. Is that what it is? Where do Horde equal auto spawn at then? Oh, I'm also fatigued again. Imagine if I didn't have flying, I would die again just getting back to non-fatigue land. Okay. I can't believe, like, the fatigue level is this close to the shoreline. Oh my god, I'm fatiguing again. The zone clearly wasn't designed with unlimited flight in mind, was it? I fell through the floor in Castle Nathria, ended up dead in Westfall, had to take res sickness during a raid. Oh, I bet your raid was happy about that. Oh yeah, boys, we got to chill for 10 minutes. Why? Why? Kahani's got res sickness. Oh dear. Hey. Multi-dollar company. It's fine. Give them a break. Give them a break. It's only 1 minute now. Yeah, haven't they jacked up the repair? Doesn't it take like 25% durability damage or something? But only lasts for a minute or something now.
That speaks?
I know they changed it a while ago. I can't remember exactly what they changed it to. I don't die, you see. I wouldn't know. Use the net on schools of tasty reef fish. Kill great reef sharks. You? No, you're just an orca. Great reef shark. Reef bull led to a reef cow? What the hell? There are no schools of tasty fish around here. What even is this quest? Hello? Oh, hang on. What's this? Attracted reef bull. Imperial manta ray. The flipping hell's going on here? I vaguely remember this, but I also at the same time can't remember what I'm doing. Shore crab. Huh? Hang on. They look like swarms of fish in the water? Kill the great reef sharks. Well, there's no great reef sharks either. Huh? Oh, pet's dead. Of course it is. It's hard to die near the auction house. That's true. It's true. Unless you're in Booty Bay. Things can go horribly wrong in Booty Bay. I think it went from 25 to 50 and then from 10 to 1 minute. Is that what they did? I knew they did. I knew they played around with something. Oh, there we go. 4 tasty reef fish. Use your tasty reef fish on a reef bull as far away as you can. He will come to the spot while you're standing. Lead the reef bull to a reef cow on the other side of the... Oh, we're playing the dating game. Reef cow want to get jiggy. Cringe. I hear myself saying things sometimes and cry. Oh, so the bulls are on one side, the cows are on the other. I get you, I get you. Right, give me some. I need some more tasty fish then. I finished this the other week. Sometimes it's bugged and the pools don't show up. Had to abandon and start again. Well, I'm getting fish from killing these dudes. There's not many of them though. That's a pool there, look. Yeah, they're just difficult to see. There we go. Now we got to lead a bull. Let's go get a bull to a cow. Clearly, if you got to lure them with food, they don't want to get jiggy that badly. Yeah, they're like, that's a... I mean, I could. Where'd me tasty fish go? Throw at a reef bull. Range is 20 yards. Right, you come in. We're going to go find you a mate. We're going to make some mini bulls. Here's a prime specimen. Go get yourself some beef. Hey! Love at first sight. Genius. Call me the Tinder God. Right, let's go turn this in then. You've reached the end of the dailies for today. Okay, so I'm going to have to do this for a few days. While I'm here already, might as well make the best of it before I go to sleep. Ah, the romance. The romance. Oh, Jesus, Love is in the Air event. You know what we won't have to do this year? Anything. No need to farm the love rocket for me. No, no, no. We're all loved up.
My attention. Stay warm.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Right, while we're here, there's a new mount though, not sure if it's from the same, but yeah, you're not wrong actually. They are bringing something new to the table. Unadorned chain legs. These, okay. From Silver Moon Harry. Where is Silver Moon Harry? This way. How come you're questing in Wrath of the Lich King? It's Wrath of the Lich King Time Walking Week this week, so there's 50% rep gains. So if there's anything you're still missing, it's a good week to get some of it done. As it's, you know, 50% less effort. For no real, you know, tangible reason other than because I can. This bloody add-on's fault, if I'm honest.
Hey there.
Unadorned chain legs. 41 copper. Whew, getting expensive.
Safe travel.
Getting expensive, in mind. Okay. Forsaken sword. You're over this way. Yo, Forsaken sword. 10,000 gold apiece. Cash monies. Cash monies. I'll buy 2.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me? Both, I hope.
Never too old. How we doing? Welcome in. Good morning to you. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Where is this fella? Where are we going? Oh, he's in here. You get jewel crafting and leatherworking recipes from the Kalawak. You might do. I think I've probably got those though. I got to Revered years ago. I clearly didn't bother getting to Exalted because there was nothing I really wanted at Exalted, but now I want all of the reps at max just because, you know, just because. Oh, hang on, I've flown straight over. Where were we going? This way. Now the completionist bug has truly got me. Now I have to go back and get it to Exalted. Where are you? Is it you? Haha.
What now?
Forsaken sword. Forsaken blade. 8k. 10k. Fake value mog. Gotta love some fake value mog.
Our time will come.
Ooh, 19 clams to open. Meat. Pearl. Oh, the pearls are only worth 16 gold apiece. Flipping hell. More pearls, more pearls. Another pearl. 4 pearls. Cash money. These are used in jewel crafting. I've even bought one at some point. God knows why. Talu Frosthoof, a Sylvian shortbow. 12k gold. Big money, big money. You have Prime sub notifications turned off in case you... Do I? Do I? I subbed you go no bing bing. Hang on. Subs. It didn't come through on Twitch.
Is that your wallet? Or are you just glad to see me?
Lenny, my man, thank you. Yeah, Starscream resubbed with Prime earlier today. I got that in my activity feed earlier. I've accessed the Discord. I've got the cup icon beside you now. Yeah, I can see. I do not know why that is. It didn't come up in the activity feed, even on my Twitch dashboard. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. I might have to look in to see what's up with that. Make sure they pay you. It's why yeah, I don't trust Twitch as far as I can throw them. Not sure. I'll look into that in a little bit. Either way, thank you once again. Appreciate it. Twitch is they make so many like weird and wacky little changes here, there, and everywhere. I can never keep up with the changes that they make, and it's clearly spaghetti code, much like Blizzard. They add one thing or they change one thing and they break another. Yeah, my on-stream alerts will only go off if it shows us activity on the Twitch dashboard itself, which is strange. Right, I think we can put Zygor to sleep for a minute. You can vendor grey items and they will add. Yeah, I know that's a thing. I wonder when they're going to turn back on that for everything. Because they did turn it on for a while, but it was busted because people figured out how to abuse it to buy BOEs, learn the appearance, and then sell the BOEs again.
May the eternal sun shine.
I still do it the old school way, just because I want that noise. Doodle doodle doodle.
Greetings.
Where was the other one we bought? I don't know. We'll fix our bags in a minute.
Wind
Hang on. What's this?
back.
What's this? Cheeky.
Well met. Be careful.
Okay. See, now it doesn't say that we've bought that. Oh, no, hang on.
Ah, I've been expecting.
Hang on, that wasn't even the right one. Does that mean it's a limited supply item?
Walk with the Earth Mother.
This has a limited quantity and may not always be present on the vendor. Oh. Boo. Okay. Boo. I got Zygor, by the way. Have to say, I thought it would be more stuff in there. Yeah, they don't have like guides for everything, but I do tend to find most of the time I want to do an achievement or something, there is a little guide for it already. It's handy when you're going through the achievement panel and stuff that you can just, you know, anytime you see this little little magnifying glass symbol, that shows you that Zygor has a guide for it. But as you can see, they're not great at having it for everything. There's still, you know, many that don't have guides for them. I don't know kind of how it works in relation to what they choose to make guides for or what not, but for leveling and stuff though, it's an absolute godsend. And for little silly things like this, like old school daily quests from 15 years ago that you cannot for the life of you remember how the hell you do them, you just load up the guide and bosh, job done. Genius. I love it. Well, I guess we're not getting the bow from here then. I don't know how I go about fixing that. I guess I can't really. Right, where's Alex Warder? Alexis Walker even. You're over this way. These are not limited time ones. Kalawak Revered Dagger. Oh, maybe there was something I should have bought way back in the day. This was obviously I had only leveled these up way before I cared about collecting things. The only thing I do wish that Zygor could get slightly better at is with the gold, because they have a whole module, right, for gold making. There's a whole gold making module, and I think they could do so much more with this. I think they could do so much more. But my God's honest opinion of this is that it's not great. It's not great. No gathering routes for your professions were found. Well, yeah, that's because I don't... yeah, gathering is not going to... Crafting, jewel crafting. Yeah, because surely it should know that this is just complete BS, right? I don't know. Yeah, it's the gold making side of the add-on's not great. It can actually, and even the profession leveling ones are not fantastic, I've found. Which is a bit of a shame. I do think they could definitely do more for this and with this. General farming guides. I wonder if these are just like straight up YouTube videos in Zygor form. They probably are, aren't they? What does it say about... I know the best place to get volatile water. Does it know the best place to get volatile water? Where does it suggest do it? Complete the muddied water quest. Kill muddied water elementals. Yeah, it does. Okay, so it is at least telling people to go and kill the things that are worth killing. So it's better than nothing, I suppose. What's the laziest method to monetize artisans' metal? Well, you turn it into illustrious insight and use it to guarantee quality 3 things that you wouldn't otherwise be able to guarantee quality 3. It does often require you to have pretty specific recipes depending on which profession it is. I'm somewhat surprised that they haven't updated that vendor, that NPC vendor they added in Valdrakken, you know, to be honest. That the
What is it?
I'm surprised they haven't allowed you to convert bonus artisans' metal into materials. I mean, materials are arguably cheap enough as it is, but even still, I'm kind of surprised they haven't done that. Maybe it's coming. Maybe it will be a 10.2.5. Maybe it will be a 10.2.7 thing.
Beware the land.
10.2.6 as well, apparently.
Speak quickly.
Yeah, not lazy enough. I mean, it depends on what the profession is, but there's usually a couple of things that you can craft with each profession. I did a video on this a while ago, and not much has changed since I made that video. I would imagine most of my recommendations in that video are probably still pretty close to sensible. Where is the video? I don't know. Maybe it was further back than I thought. Or did I? Huh? Where is it? Oh my god, that video's 8 months ago? Jesus. Well, either way. Where were you? Were you on Twitch or YouTube? Let's post it in both. Is it far off? Let me watch it and see if it's even relevant anymore. Going to be permanently guaranteed. Just the more people that do this, like most markets, the more people that try and sell something, the prices might go down a little bit. But because artisans, crafting bonus, that crafting bonus can help us make it profitable at all, and may potentially give us tiered medallion settings for jewel crafting.
Why is
you can guarantee quality. I even made a little document for it. Look. That was before I realised dark mode is a thing. Tiered medallion settings with jewel crafting, that's still relevant. Fierce or frost armor kits, guaranteed quality 3 with metal. You might make something with those, but probably not fantastic. Fang adornments, unfortunately, are probably not the thing. Shadow flame armor patches are still probably what you want to use. To be decided because it's a 10.1 craft. Oh, I thought I made this video before 10.2. I clearly made this video before 10.1. Wow, okay. Yeah, Shadow Flame armor patches are still a thing. What did I suggest for blacksmithing? Obsidian seared alloys, probably not so much. Enchanting, your weapon enchants. You burn through 50 artisans metal at a time, though. Tailoring, What did I say for tailoring? Bronzed grip wraps? Probably not so much anymore, actually. And then cosmic inks and stuff like that with inscription. Ruined Writhe barks. Yeah, there's probably still some... I mean, you can probably still... it's... Yeah, most definitely time for an update, maybe, I think, on that. You got a document for everything. I tend to think it's kind of smart writing things down, though, you know? Because then you can refer back to them.
Our time will come.
This is why I enjoy making things in video form, obviously. But I additionally like my spreadsheets and my guides and stuff like that. Doggo, what's up? What's occurring? I think she's got over the fact that she thinks she's having puppies. I think she's realised by this point she's not having puppies, but she's still got a very short attention span. You have a document for your documents? That would be documentception. I think most of the time your best bet at the embellishments depends on the profession, though. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously not many things that you can't guarantee at Quality 3 anyway. So find something that you can't normally guarantee at Quality 3 and use your Artisan's Metal to guarantee it at Quality 3, and then it's probably going to be profitable because of that. I made a sheet to track items cross-realm using Auctionator shopping scans to figure out if I have the item posted on that realm or if the item is on that realm even listed. Yeah, cross-realm stuff, there's not really much sort of top-tier add-ons or anything that really help with that. It's this is why cross-realm flipping and doing that sort of stuff is still very worthwhile doing if you have the ability or the desire to do it, because you have to do a lot of it quite manually. Anything that you know, the more effort you have to put in, the more you usually get out of it. It's why when everybody, you know, the first thing that people always say when they get into goal making, if you've ever spent any time on Reddit, you'll see at least 50 posts like this every week. Oh, I'm looking to get into goal making, but I don't want too much gold, so I'm looking for something low effort. Yeah, so's everybody. Congratulations. You know, you've got to be doing the things that are not low effort. It's the non-low effort ways of making gold which are the profitable ones. Why? Because they take a lot of effort and people don't usually want to do it. This is what I really need. This is why I needed to get these guys to Exalted for the master fishing pole. It says I've collected this. I have collected this, you know. Now I remember why I never got these guys to Exalted. I never got these guys to Exalted because I'd already done it on my flipping Paladin once upon a time. This is a real old school Paladin. Like, literally a Paladin I have not played for probably a decade. That's why I never bothered to get them to Exalted on my Hunter, because I'd already done it. Best go log on to see it then, so all the things sees it. I worry if I even have that character anymore. TSM seems to believe I do, but I have a sneaky suspicion I might have purged that character. What was the thing that I'm here for? All. I was here for a dagger or something. Do I have these recipes? I must have these recipes. Yeah, there we go. Traditional knife thing. Yoink. Doodle-a-doo. Nurtured penguin egg. Teaches you how to summon Pengu. We've got one of those. Emerald bag. Requires tailoring, requires Kalawak revered. 32 slot herb bag. The irony of all ironies is I reckon they still sell, you know. I reckon you'll still sell 32 slot herb bags. I do not understand why specialist bags still sell, but they do, which is wild to think. 28 slot leatherworking bag, I bet this still sells and all. I already have the recipe for that. What's the... Do I not have the bag?
Is there something you desire?
What was it called? Trapper's Travelling Pack. Oh, it's because it's called pack, not bag. Of course. Trapper's Travelling Pack. Yeah, they're not going to sell very frequently. But I reckon they do still sell. Which is mad to think. I have no motivation anymore to do goal making. I think the motivation for most people when it comes to goal making is because they have a personal target, right? You need something in game to strive for. In Shadowlands, for example, I went into Shadowlands with the goal of having enough gold to be able to eventually at some point buy the longboy off the black market auction house. And obviously, as time went on, we reached that target and I made a new one. And then my target was 100 million gold in Shadowlands. And so I had that really strong target, which gave me the motivation to keep going. And also, it was achievable. And we did achieve it eventually. We did surpass 100 million liquid gold at one point in Shadowlands. The issue is now, for me in Dragonflight, is that I cannot set myself a target that means enough to me for me to be that heavily invested as I once was in doing it. Now I can buy the Spectral Tiger and the Longboy and afford both and kind of don't want any. Well, see, this is it. You've got to have a strong reason to continue forward. For a lot of people who get into goal making, their first target is to be able to afford a token, and then they have a time limit in which they want to do that. The reason ultimately is because they want to be able to play the game for free. The problem I think with that is that that's not really a big enough incentive for most people to actually care. A lot of people like to get into goal making thinking that that's what they actually want, but when they realize that 40 hours of farming is what may be needed just to buy a single month of game time, it doesn't take many months before those people realize that, well, this is actually pointless, isn't it? Like, you've got to be making like 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 tokens a month before you'll have the motivation to actually keep doing it. You've got to set your targets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. What is this? Dark herring. Northrend Howling Fjord fishing. Why is this thing 100,000 gold? Is this got some... Because it's literally a fish. Okay. Okay. I see why that's worth money now. Cash monies. They're rare fishing drops. Yeah, I can see why that's worth a fair bit. It's literally a fish. One that is there even? Oh, there's even an achievement for getting it. One that didn't get away. Catch one of the rare fish on the list below. Oh, it's one of the fish you need. You can get that one for 45k off me. Oh, I'm not looking to buy it. I'm not going to spend that much money on a silly fish transmog, but... Okay, I'm probably not going to start doing fishing for that one, unfortunately. Nope. Any other things that we can easily pick up and do? What's up, guard keep? Claiming score to settle. Quests. Oh, horde only quest, okay. Right, well I think I'm done with Howling Fjord. Let's head north and see what's in the next zone. 93% is pretty solid for this zone. Got that achievement in 2020, didn't even remember. It's one of those things, you'll accidentally do it and you'll have no reason, you know. You probably won't even realise you've done it. It's a rich boy fish. He's a rich bitch. Right. What's happening in Grizzly Hills? I liked Grizzly Hills as a zone, you know. It was always fun leveling through this zone back in the day. It really is starting to catch me, isn't it? The Wrath vibes are getting to me. What are the odds that we're going to find ourselves playing Wrath Classic in the next few days? Go on, switch over. Grizzly Hills, here we go. What are we saying here? What are we saying? A couple of quests we could go do in the dungeon. There's a pair of shoulders we need that presumably come from a quest. Is this a horde only quest maybe? There's a rare Rock Giant's Pinky cover. Oh, 85 gold on the auction house. Let's see, just out of pure chance if the rare's up. Oh, the rare can spawn in like a billion different spots. Alright, well I guess we're not going to see that. And for 85 gold, we'll just buy it off the auction house. What's this secret? Oh, this was that one again. Glimmer's Cracked Egg. Teaches you how to summon Glimmer, the baby Glimmerfin Murloc. This was a Shadowlands thing. Have you not got the bug to farm the sea turtle yet? It takes a lot to give me the fishing bug. It takes an awful lot, and a sea turtle isn't strong enough. Pet journal. Glimmer. Glimmer. Click the Glimmerfin scale. Run up to the Murloc on the iceberg around the area. He will not drop the quest item if you approach him while on your mount. He will drop the Glimmerfin scale as he runs away. If the Murloc isn't there, you'll have to wait for him to respawn. Should we give this a go? Shall we? Let's try and get Glimmer then. I didn't realise this was a Shadowlands secret. Give me your account details, I'll fish it for you. Scares me that some people get burnt by that, though. You know. There are many reasons, obviously, why the boosting community creates a bad reputation for itself, but the amount of people that have lost their accounts because they, you know, lent it to somebody else or paid somebody else to boost a character or something on it is just wild. I mean, it's not far off the flipping Nigerian prince scam at that point, I think, honestly. Ah. Is a fish. A brightly coloured scale fell off the ground as the Murloc ran off. It was unlike any Murloc you've seen in Northrend. Perhaps King Murgle would know more about this new species. Show the scale to King Murgle in Borean Tundra. Okay. Use Band of the Kirin Tor to get back to Dalaran. Then we fly. We also remember to put our ring back on. Wow, my rings are terrible. Click the teleport to Violet stand inside the building. I'm going to trust you, game. I'm going to trust you. Yeah, Zygo, I don't think that's the fastest way. I find it incredibly funny when you get a whisper from somebody who claims to be a Blizzard rep with, like... Yeah. They, I think there's a lot less of that kind of just so hardcore blatant scamming in World of Warcraft anymore. I think this is one of the things that they get right-click reported, like, so fast nowadays. Will you be going back to Season of Discovery with Phase 2? Oh, absolutely, yeah. Well, I'm not done with Season of Discovery. I'm just doing a bit of retail stuff for the moment. Yeah, Season of Discovery was a lot of fun. I have enjoyed it, and I see no reason not to continue enjoying it. I want to get my Paladin leveled up. Once I can get my Paladin to max level, then I'll have a tank, a healer, and a DPS class. And heck, we might even focus on actually making a bit of gold. I was reading the BBC News this morning. There's an Indian scam paying men to sleep with women to get them pregnant. They just have to pay the documentation and stamp fees first. What? Huh? One dude was upset. He spent over a month's salary. His wife did not like that one bit. What? Oh no, shit, Wintergrass. Ah, no! Ah, no, do not dismount me. Flipping. No, you're right. We're leaving. We're leaving. Jeez Louise. Oh, what? I still got dismounted. Oh, God. Well, we're going down. Yo, now they've increased the view distance. You can see so much more. I still wish though there's probably a command, isn't there, that you can do to remove the fog, and then you can just see like forever. But it's quite cool all the same. It's still kind of easy to forget that this game is actually very pretty. The distinction they make between different zones and the feel and the vibes they can portray are very cool. I like it. Blizzard have broke a lot of the camera view draw distance console commands though. Oh well, yeah. There's also ways to use and abuse that as well, isn't there? So that equally doesn't surprise me too much. But can we stop now, please? Can we stop now, please? Is this praise I'm hearing? Oh, sorry. Did Shill Manthius turn up for a second? Sorry. I apologise. Sorry. First things first, they're probably hungry. Life up there in the cold isn't quite as easy as it is elsewhere, and even the most acclimated Murlocs sometimes have trouble finding food. We're going to need to feed them, but also help them find food for themselves. They're already watching you, so search for the area where you found the Murlocs for food source, then show them what to hunt. Bring back the meat to their leader. 10 meaty crab chunks and deliver them to a dude in Venture Bay. Okay. Where are we going? Oh, flipping hell. This is just one of those fly your ass around the map situations, isn't it? Okay. Remember being able to remember messing it within Burning Crusade, being able to see the whole of Nagrand. Yeah, you used to be able to do a lot more. Didn't they nuke the ability for you to zoom your map like camera out? Like there used to be a console command so you could get miles away from your camera from your player. But I seem to remember they nuked that for some reason at one point. Probably to do with you being able to see round corners that you shouldn't be able to see round or something. Right, I guess we fly this way. You won't catch me feeding no stinking Murlocs. Stupid Murlocs. You want to be AoE farming them down in the wetlands, that's what you want to be doing. When I'm out in the world, I don't want my character taking up a third of the screen. In a way, though, there's like there are times when I was playing immersion mode, going sort of like faking like close-up third person, can be quite immersive. But I can equally understand why you just zoom the fuck out. The more you can see, the better. Right, time to fly, time to pee. I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Ginny with the Prime. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Oh, yeah, Haley, that does kind of mostly indicate that it could be your account somehow. Weirdly. I don't know why it didn't send through a notification. Awesome cheat sheet you got. Love it. Will you build upon it for the next expansion too? Yeah, I tend to release a new one each expansion. As, you know, the content and the direction of it tends to, you know, not translate from one to another. My cheat sheet was very popular in Shadowlands, clearly for the fact that, you know, Shadowlands legendaries were a thing. I've not done as much with the cheat sheet in Dragonflight as I would have liked to, but that's mostly on the basis that there were some good add-ons to do a lot of what I actually wanted to do with the cheat sheet for Dragonflight. But one of my goals for 2024 is to improve, you know, the quality of that sort of stuff. I'm glad you like it. Glad you like it. Subbed but not subbed. Hey. Free sub, can't argue. Right, how far away are we from getting where we were going? Oh, we're actually really close. Okay, nice. This will be cool when we get dragon riding. Zipping about on dragon riding, I'm very looking forward to. 10.2.5 bringing global or dynamic flight, as they're calling it. I think it's going to be very cool. Can't wait to zip about. I am right in saying that that's a 10.2.5 feature, right? I've not dreamt that. Oh god, I tell you what, it might not be a terrible idea once we're doing these flying from places to pay a bit of attention to what the hell's happening in the patch next week.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Hey, there we go, Haley. Now it works. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. It works on Firefox, apparently. Well. Kind of wish they didn't feel the need to slow it down, though. I've not tested it. A few people who have tested it have said that unless you knew it's slowing down, you wouldn't know it's slowing down, if that makes sense. That it's so close enough that unless you're paying really attention to it, you might not even notice. Right, we got to kill some crabby boys. Are we gonna? Didn't we? Hang on, we got some underwater breathing. There we go. Genius me. Right, how many of these fellas do you think we're gonna need to kill? Didn't even loot on that one. No loot on that one either. Flipping hell. Oh yeah, I forget. I forget barrage is only on one axis. Oh, there's one. Oh, if we need 10 of these, Jesus, okay. Right. Crab slaying party. I miss BFA. I mean, that's not something you hear of people too frequently. I think see, this is one of the if you are a player like myself who has long since given up the care about the gear grind, BFA wasn't all that bad. One of the things that made BFA horrible was that Azerite min-maxing Azerite armor was just gross. And additionally, your Heart of Azeroth farming would have pushed you very aggressively into doing an ungodly amount of island expeditions, probably against your will. Outside of that, though, if you were slightly more casual, BFA was fine. I didn't really have any problems, particularly with BFA. Nazjatar kind of annoyed me because you couldn't fly there until you grinded it out for 3 weeks. But that was just, you know, 3 weeks of pain. Outside of that 3 weeks of pain, it was fine. What were they called? Warfront? No, they weren't. What were they called? Warfronts? Were they Warfronts? What was the flipping... You know what I'm talking about. They were trash, but, like, that was a swing and a miss. They didn't make you have to do it. We had the profession turn-ins. That was one of the things that was the first time they'd done that. One thing I liked about BFA, to be honest, was the fact that there was 2 like major zones. I just wish they played on that a little bit more. And actually, I only ever did BFA from the perspective of Alliance. Meaning I actually genuinely think I missed out on quite a lot of the expansion. Wow, we got those last... we took ages to get 1, and now we got loads of them real quick. I honestly wasn't ready for BFA to end when it did. For me, BFA was when I got, or the tail end of BFA was when I got back into content creation. And it was on the basis that the economy was so busted, absolutely crippled at the end of BFA for one of a couple of reasons. One being the long boy, that the economy was just super busted because everybody wanted 5 million gold and nobody wanted to buy anything. So everybody was trying to sell everything, but nobody wanted to buy anything. Like, it was you had to really need it for you to spend your gold on it because you were saving 5 million gold to get the long boy. That was the last 6 months of BFA for so many people that it just broke everything. I remember seeing so many like gold making guides that were focused on raw gold farming. There were entire YouTube channels that popped up almost overnight of just raw gold farming. And it drove me to insanity. And that was one of the reasons I wanted to get back into gold making and sort of hopefully, you know, point people in the right direction, that this is crazy. Admittedly, I got back into it a little bit too late, and actually my channel didn't really start growing until I got the Shadowlands beta. So, you know, I didn't have much of an impact back in BFA, and of course Shadowlands was Shadowlands, but it was, yeah, for goal making purpose, the last 6 months of BFA was just unreal. Like, it was so busted. Collect 1 pile of blubber fat and deliver it to Glimmergut in Venture Bay. How do we get blubber fat then? How do we get out of this boat first and foremost? Kill Hawker. Is he a big fish or something? The War Effort Weekly thing was great at the beginning though. Yes, yes, can confirm. That was very cool. First time we had like proper weekly profession turn-ins. Very cool. Freaking Expulsum. God damn. The scrapper, man. Jeez Louise. The amount of hours you'd spend putting 9 items into the scrapper at a time. Expulsum was an interesting mechanic though, because as much as, yeah, you can facepalm all you like, but like Expulsum was one of those things that meant that if you did it, there was profit to be made, right? and if you figured out the way to get your expulsum cheaper than somebody else, and the fact that not a soul had a reasonable way of pricing their expulsum. One of the biggest questions, because obviously TSM was in its heyday at that point, all of a sudden along comes these bind-on pickup materials that people have no idea how to value. And that was the skill gap, right? That was what allowed you, if you were dealing with crafts that used expulsum, sure, you had a time investment to make the expulsum, but you then also knew that you would get to charge. I'm trying to remember, I think I was charging somewhere in the region of about 500 to 1,000 gold for each expulsum, and I was able to make it for like a fraction of that, and it didn't take me too long to make it. I think that was kind of where I found my happy medium. I can't remember if those numbers are exact, but Tide Spray linen braces, I think, was one of the popular ones for a long time, was it not? I can't quite remember. Or the pants. No, the pants were the vendor shuffle one. If you got your Tide Spray linen cheap enough, you made the pants and then you vended them and you made about 3 gold profit or something each time you did it. How do I get back in here? I barely touched the expulsum till I made 8 million during BFA and was brand new to gold making. Yeah, the kind of the complexity of a bind-on pickup material through people. Nobody knew how to value the stuff. Deliver the blubber fat to the Glimmerfin Oracle. Okay. Oh, no, hang on. You seem to be down in the ship somewhere. Down in the hull of the sunken ship. Have we still got time on our water breathing? Yes, good. Did so many pants from the multi-box farms. BFA was also, for me, the multi-box expansion. Collect a giant pearl and deliver it to the Glimmerfin Oracle. Okay. But one thing I despised about multi-boxing was the 2x4 AFK, hyperspawn side of things. That was gross, and unfortunately that gave multi-boxing such a bad... That and the trains of druids flying through Nazjatar gave multi-boxing such a bad rep that they've... Whoa, who are you? Do we have to kill you? Avoid the giant snake. Yeah, telling me. Fucking hell. Gem eyes. He's big dick by today's... Can we take him? We can take him. Can we take him? Oh my god, it's fatigue. We're going to die. We're going to die. We're dead. We're dead. Not for a second time in one stream. Don't do me like this, game. Not for the second time in one stream. Woo! Spicy meatball. Okay. Can we take him? We can take him. Let's go. Let's do it. I have faith in you, Pinky and Stinky. Oh my god, we're still being fatigued. How the flipping hell do I get here? Oh, that's a big old pearl. Right, you guys entertain this fella. I gotta click the big old pearl. I have legitimately no idea how I'm gonna get back out of here without dying. Right, well, we've got a giant pearl. If we die, we die. There was a farm for Alliance that you did during a quest chain where there was like 0 people there. I know exactly what you mean. In the flipping bug zone, what was it called? Yeah, but you were phased. You were phased, and so nobody else even knew you were there. I remember that. But of course, Blizzard knew you were there. That was the point. That's why people still got banned, because Blizzard knew you were there. Because people definitely... That's why that flipping... That bug mount, the world drop bug mount, went down to like as low as 7,000 or 8,000 gold on some servers. Because it was just being bot farmed 24 hours a day. Bronzebeard dude on the bridge, yeah. Way past the time that Blizzard allows flying whilst dead in these... Oh yeah, tell me about it. We've already died once this stream to fatigue, and I've had to do this one back before. I wonder how much those mounts are now, Golden Mane, Flying Spider, etc. The irony, like, this was actually one of my first biggest flops. Towards the end of BFA and heading into Shadowlands, a lot of people, quite rightly, questioned, are these mounts a good investment? And my general consensus to people was probably not. And that was because I knew how aggressively they had been farmed throughout all of BFA. I knew certain people who had quite literally guild banks full of those mounts. And so anybody with 100k, 200k, 300k gold, anything spare from their multi-box adventure, basically, from their long boy adventure. My concern for those players was that they'd spend all of that gold investing in these mounts, and those mounts would not rise in value for a long time, if ever, just based upon how heavily they had been farmed in BFA. But then the multi-box changes came into play, which overnight nuked the viability of continuously farming them going forward, which actually did mean that a lot of those BFA world drop... Oh, there was four mounts, wasn't there? There was this Flying Spider thing, there was Golden Mane's Reigns, there was the Dune Scavenger, which is still farmed for... You still and the donkey thing, yeah, the whatever the donkey was. They're still worth big money nowadays, because you can't aggressively multi-box. I mean, you can, but you're likely to get swatted if you do. They're not as easy to farm for nowadays. Less people are farming for them, but it's still a mount that you sell on the auction house. So, you know, that in and of itself, just like Vial of the Sands, like the Mechanico Hog, like, you know, like any mount that you can sell on the auction house, it's still worth something to that new flow of people that come through the game. That whilst may not have played for very long, they still see a cool mount on the auction house that they don't frequently see out in the wild all that much, and they want it. And so they save up their gold and they buy them. Made bank with those, bought them for about 10k, resold them for like 50 to 100k each. Yeah, definitely. It turned out to actually be a very good investment, but it turned out to only be a very good investment because of the multi-box change. I think if the multi-box change hadn't happened, they would still be worth basically nothing. Like, what's the... there's one in Warlords of Draenor that's still hyper farmed to this day. Garn something, the wolf mount thing. And look what happened to Reigns of Poseidus. That's another one that, you know, you would argue should be worth more than it is, but Night Howl, that's the one. That's the one. That's like, doesn't, you know, that's a couple of thousand gold, because it's still hyper easy to get even today. Defeat him in a pet battle? Okay. That's not a that's not usually a quest requirement. That's very unique. His team is all aquatic. What's my current pet collection situation looking like? Right, well, let's go defeat this trainer then. Oh, hang on, I've just had a thought. There's me running around like a moron. I'm pretty convinced I've got, like, underwater mounts. Yeah, Crimson Tide Stallion. Why have I not been using this thing? Zip about underwater now. Mad speed. Granted, but Garn and Poseidon are both guaranteed drops, hence the low drop rate. Hence the low price, yeah. Yeah, you're right, yeah. But the BFA ones, if multi-boxing was still more viable than it is. Your brush with death by fatigue is more entertaining than riding a sea. You're probably right. Just use your sea turtle. Yeah. I get it. Sure. Relax. Right, is there a suggested team to use with him? Zygor isn't suggesting a team for me to use with him. Should we just... if it's all aquatic, what combat's aquatic? What combat's aquatic? I need Pikachu. You can just open rematch, select good versus aquatic, filter strong versus aquatic. Fucking genius. Actually mad level genius. Can we order by not filter, sort by level. Right, let's go with who should we use then? Who should we use? Who do I like? Buzzworth. Buzzworth has got to be cool, right? We'll use Buzzworth. We'll use... Icky in case we get into trouble. Mechanical Pandarian Dragonling. Oh, he's already there. Oh, that'll do. We'll just use this team. This is fine. We'll smash him. Smash the pants off him. GG. I mean, Icky will probably solo this, but Swarm of Bees, do Swarm. Miss? How is it missing? Can we not do missing, please? There we go. No, Buzzworth's gonna die. Ah, Buzzworth's dead. Alright, let's not mess about. Let's just solo it with Icky. Just solo it with Icky. Goddamn pet is still outrageously good at everything. Nuked him. One shot. Icky for the win. bit of Black Claw flock action. Yeah, let's do it. Oh! Don't you kill my Icky. Dead. One to go. Don't die on me, Icky. Switched. Switched. Let's drop a decoy. Let's play it safe. Play it safe now. Drop a bomb. Boom. Dead. GG. My first swing at Goldmaking was buying all level 1 Ickies, leveling them up to 25 and reselling them for 100k profit. Solid. Solid. I don't know much about pet battles, and I know Icky's been nerfed over the years, but it's still, in my opinion, one of the top 3 most powerful pets in the game. How did Project Pet go? Did you lose them all? No, I made sure I rescued them. They are not currently listed, but they are safe. They are safe in the inventory of my auction house characters. The mailbox gods are going hungry today. Right, how do we get back in here? How do we get down here, down here, down here? Wrap it up. Seems like quite excited about the presence of a new egg. You get the sense that this is an important occasion for these murlocs. There may be a few eggs left. The oracle waves a small piece of seaweed in front of you, showing you the young buds of the immature plant. She warps the seaweed around a small part of the egg, then points at you, then back at the wrapped seaweed. It appears that the egg needs to be wrapped in more immature seaweed stalks. Collect a warm seaweed stalk, a young seaweed stalk, and a bulbous, that's a funny word, bulbous seaweed stalk, and deliver them to Glimmerfin. Okay. Your pet's dead? Why is my pet dead? Don't be dead. Oh, flipping fatigue again. Jeez Louise. It's in a fatigue zone, so move quickly. Alright, well we figured out how we do move quickly, didn't we? Mounts. Random mount. There we go. There we go. Get one of these. Double time. Double time. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Time is of the essence. One of you. Ah, no, get back on your mount. Hang on, isn't that big worm dude down here somewhere? Should we just YOLO it and try to pick up everything? YOLO. Ow! Oh no, that's not good. Oh god, we dead again. We dead again. Ow! Oh, we're dead again. Go! 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 Oh! 5% HP. Woo! Calculated, boys and girls. And I was always safe. It's fine. No problems. Always safe. Let's not touch the seaweed again, though. If we touch the seaweed, we're dead. Let's not touch the seaweed. Genius. Get your viewers on the edge of the seats. Showman at heart. Sounds like a man getting his eyebrows plucked. Oh! I got this. If you think that's the noise that we make when we get our eyebrows plucked, imagine a back sack and crack wax. Woo! Spicy. That's some emotion you'll have never seen before. I cannot confirm nor deny the pain, but as I have no desire to ever experience it, but I think it's probably equal to childbirth. Close to. Can't do it under a general anaesthetic. Yeah, you got to put me under. You got to put me under. I want all the drugs. Oracle pats you on the shoulder, seems quite pleased with all that you've done. She holds up a finger, then spreads her hands wide and emits a terrible roar like Murgle. She points outside, then at you, then at your weapon, and then nods seriously. There must be one more trial to await you. It would appear a test of strength. I think we've just proved our test of strength, fighting the fatigue gods. Slay Great Muckin and return to the Glimmerfin Oracle, and we'll get Glimmer's cracked egg. Kill him, he's underwater. Okay. Is he in fatigue zone again? Clearly. Maybe not travelling all the way underwater. Let's use a proper mount. Should get us there a bit quicker. Well, at least this is going to tick off another pet to our collection, which is cool. There's a bunch of pets I need to collect in the Emerald Dream, actually. That's one thing I don't think I did. Casual Million. Easy. We got this. $1 million health. Practically an NPC. Does he have any loot? Not really. Back on the old broomstick. Let's get this done. Okay. Well, it at least feels somewhat productive, I guess. Now that we got ourselves another pet, we got all the things, stuff ticked off. We got our dailies done for our fishy friends. 'Twas productive, I think. And I definitely didn't die multiple times for no reason whatsoever. So, a success all around, I think. Woohoo! There he is. We got ourselves a little purple Murloc dude. Beautiful. Now all we need is to level him up. Technically, I should just use a stone on him, but I think I've run out of them. Or I've put them in the bank. I've probably put them in the bank. Should we go and have a look? Do me a Valdrak and Hearthstone. Have we got a upgrade stone for this dude? Seems only fair to get him to 25, doesn't it, really? Probably got some in the bank. Although this does mean you guys have to see my bank, which is Not pretty. Oh, so pretty.
I have much to offer.
Yeah, don't look too close. Haha! Instantly train any pet 25 levels. Boom, ultimate training stone.
Will that be all?
Where's he gone? Boom! 25 glimmer. Will we ever use him? Probably not. Yeah, if he happens to be a good pet to do certain stuff. What's Ray of Hope? A ray of hope shines through, restoring 224 health to all friendly pets and transforming the weather into sunny day for 9 rounds. Cool. Egg barrage. Hurl eggs at the enemy, dealing 500 critter damage. Eggs continue to fall on the enemy's current pet, dealing damage for 3 rounds. And then punch. Straightforward. Nice. Nice. Not even using combined bank bags? No. No, don't be silly. We don't use bag add-ons. Ew, gross. We raw dog it. we raw dog it. It's fine. I don't even begin to want to know half of the random rubbish I've got in here for no apparent reason. Still got all of these flipping things. The sand-worn relics from Zereth Mortis. I need 3,540 of them, apparently, to get the rest of the appearances that I never bothered getting. What have we got here? Binding of the Windseeker. Molten Core. In our quest to get Thunder Fury. On a hunter. Abrogator Stones. What were these for? Warlords of Draenor. We were talking about Warlords of Draenor earlier. I've got 79 of these stones for some reason. Removed from the game. Entirely 100%. Totally pointless, but it's an epic. It's a legendary item, so I felt like I should keep it. Restore the following memory to the rune carver. Ignore that one. Ah, my secret fish goggles. I remember these from Mechagon. I don't think I ever. Yeah, secret fish and where to find them. We never did that. That's a Friday bonus drinking stream. That is. Take a shot every time I get a rare fish. That could get messy pretty quickly. Could you even delete it if you wanted to? That's a good point with these, actually. Some of them, they don't even let you delete them. Armor Crafter Commendations. What the hell were these? As proof of your role in the Legionfall campaign. I've got 5 of them, apparently. I don't know. Are those sand-worn relics? Yeah. Yeah, I've got hundreds of the damn things. And shovels. Don't need shovels no more. Sheesh. No more shovels for me. Right. Anyway, boys and girls. I'm going to leave it there for today. Because I am hungry. I need to go get me some food. So, thank you all for joining today. It's Wednesday, right? So, tomorrow's Thursday. There was something happening tomorrow, and I can't remember what it was. Oh, my dog was going to go to the vets tomorrow, but she's now not going to the vets tomorrow. So, tomorrow's a normal day. That's normal. We'll be back tomorrow. In the next couple of days, we'll probably take a bit of a deeper dive into what's coming in 10.2.5. Just make sure that we're fully prepared and up to speed for the patch next week. I don't think there's too much we really need to do. But obviously, a little bit of pre-preparation to at least understand what's coming is probably going to be helpful. So we'll do that in the next day or two. And we'll see how successful I am at ignoring the desire to go play Wrath Classic. But if that becomes an insurmountable achievement, then we might go play some Wrath Classic, who knows. But come say hi over on the Discord if you're not there already. Click all of the buttons, you know the buttons, you press the buttons. Have yourselves a wonderful day, and I'll see you all next time. Peace.